Off if you can hear me. Alexa says it's live. Looks like Yarmel Castell doesn't respond. Well, my mic input says it's picking up what I'm saying, so.
I tried swimming once. How did that end up?
Ugh, it's still stolen. John W. says, hey dude, wanted to say I love your channel. Keep up the good work. Love watching your content. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. Well, we finally got the saddle that we wanted last time, but it's still stolen. Of course, it is worth a lot of money, so I suppose that's why it's counting it as stolen still. But in any case, we're going to be kicking off the stream. Music for Life says, hello DTG. Hello, Music for Life. Anyway, we're going to be kicking off the stream where we left it off last time. We've got a smattering of missions that we're working on. We've started the bandit hunts, so we have to go hunt down Canker. That's where we left off yesterday. We, of course, have pebbles all decked out in our very appropriate Lord Samine type tack. Like I said, the saddle is still counting as stolen, so hopefully we don't get caught and get in trouble for that. But I figure as long as I keep the horse far enough away from Samine, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But we're going to alternate through the bandit missions and the poacher missions, which we were halfway through from last stream. 19 Panther 43 says, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready to die of dysentery? I mean, hopefully we don't die. Music for Life says, wild draft day in your state yesterday. I wouldn't know. I'd have to ask my dad. He definitely follows the draft extremely faithfully. I do not. I assume he'll probably tell me all about it at some point this weekend. Well, we're at Samine. We're right in front of it, right about here. So if we head down the main road and take a right and follow that road through the woods, it should take us down to Tachov, which is about where we're going, because we're going to be looking for Canker's camp. We're not going to go to Varl the Gamekeeper yet. I figure we'll go take care of Canker first, because if I remember correctly, it's a couple in-game days between each bandit mission. So in between the bandit missions, we'll do the poacher missions. It should work alternating that way fairly well. At least that's the plan. Things pretty much never go according to plan on these streams, but, you know, we're getting better and better at it. So there's our right turn, or at least that's where it should be. This appears right. Yeah. Music for Life says, basically Deion Sanders' son was drafted, and that's all you need to know. Wasn't drafted?
Quick.
Hey, we found Shadire Farm, West Farm. Alright, I should check that. So, that must be right where we are. So we should... Was there a road? Yes, this is a road. Panther says, curious, do you use mouse and keyboard or controller for combat? I've only used mouse and keyboard, feel like controller might be easier for me. Kingdom Come Deliverance, and by extension KCD2, is... Hey look, it's Joachim.
How do you know? I found... How many? I know. Well, you should... It's alright. Well, that's... I suppose... Not every... I hope you're... Sorry, I'm... So... Oh, son. Thanks. I'd like to take your pick.
Hey, it's a good thing we checked him again. He's got some level 3 stuff that we don't have yet. Very nice. Do we have anything we could sell him? Suppose I could have sold that extra horse tack if I would have had it on me. We got the money. Alright. Yeah, but KCD and KCD2 is one of the few games where I played the entire thing mouse and keyboard, no exception. I got used to playing it on controller with the first game when I played on PS4, but then I switched over to PC and I liked it way better on mouse and keyboard. Which reminds me. I mean, that doesn't remind me about the conversation I was just in, just reminded me. I gotta take a fox. We're missing out on XP otherwise. So that's crazy. I mean, was it expected that he was going to be drafted by the Packers, or was it just sort of a legacy thing that people were like, what? How could he not be drafted? Okay, there's the huntsman's house. We're not going there right now. We're gonna go up into, I think this path right here is the one we're looking for. We'll save before we go in so I don't have to navigate the map again, just in case I die, considering we are going into a fairly large bandit area. Yes, we're on this road. This is probably his camp. So apparently we've stumbled across that before. But I do remember it having something to do with the river, so... We'll start on the road, but then we'll just follow the creek. Ooh, what do we got here?
Whoa.
He says he's a poor monk. Do we see... I assume there's an ambush somewhere nearby.
Get over here so I can fucking cut you up.
That was rude. Ah, there they are. That was an arm shot. I should probably take my sword out.
I'll sort you out nicely. We're gonna get you, you Harson.
Ooh, couldn't control that sneeze. This ambush happened at a bad time. Ah! Where am I being attacked from? I need to get some space. Alright, pal. Let's do this.
Enough. I give up.
Oh, do ya?
For the love of God Almighty. Have mercy, friend.
That remains to be
Zeus
seen.
popped in and he said, howdy. Howdy, Zeus!
Part of Canker's band.
Me?
Music for Life says he was supposed to be at least in the top 10, but apparently his demeanor during the interviews... Oh, like
Useless to me.
he blew it for himself?
But
Oh, that sounds about right.
surely you wouldn't. Have mercy.
Again, do you know where Canker's camp is?
I do. I do know where this,
You know, but you're not in his band.
No.
All right.
I don't know if I trust this
Tell
guy.
me, where can I find that camp?
It's here in the valley, right by the stream under the cliffs.
How many of you are there?
In the camp? About 5 now, I reckon. I mean, yes, 5 of them.
How are you people armed?
But, sir, I'm not with them.
Oh, come on. What weapons do they have?
Just a few. And light armor. Just swords and a few bows.
Is Canker there?
I saw him there last time, sir. He was just coming back with wine from that merchant that was murdered nearby.
That's enough. Get lost.
God in heaven, thank you.
I feel like I would not let this guy go. Let's get all that loot off of him and get it on our horse before we head up to Canker's camp. Panther says hi to Zeus. And he's waiting for Zeus's response. And there's Zeus's response. Alright, how many did we have? Was it just the 4 of them here? Well, our first ambush went relatively well. Let's go ahead and drop all that stuff over onto the horse. Oh yeah, we're gonna have all sorts of good loot after these missions. Man, it's nice with the horse being able to carry that much weight. Yeah, he's at 273 out of 479. He's still got quite a bit of weight left he can carry. So, now we're gonna follow the river up. Have mercy, friend. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get it. That is when you beg for mercy, is after you've done something to get yourself killed. So, from a narrative point of view, it makes perfect sense that he would cower in fear, especially considering the one guy that they just tried to ambush just killed 3 of the 4 people that ambushed him. You know. And I didn't even have my sword out when they started the attack. So if you think about that, if it happened to you in real life, that would be terrifying. KCD2 fan says love your enemies. Exactly. It doesn't say love your friends. You don't need to be told that. Took out one of them already. That's probably Canker.
You're in for an arse kicking, you piece of shit.
Oh, that's just rude. You don't even know me. Oh man, I wish I'd kept my crossbow out. Here's Canker.
What you're made of.
That's what I'm made of, buddy. We're gonna use this tree for cover as we load up our bow. Got him! Right in the old brisket. Come on, pal. Boop! Feel like we're doing relatively well so far in the stream. Everything's pretty much going according to plan. We haven't even got killed. Panther says it fits perfectly. Exactly, of course it does. There's Canker's mace. Canker's mace actually looks pretty much exactly the same as Zhishka's mace. I know people would ask, how do you get Zhishka's mace? I don't know an official way to get Zhishka's mace without, you know, using console commands. Well, I've never even tried that, but people have said that you can get it through console commands. So I just assume that you can. But you can get Canker's mace, which looks pretty much exactly the same. I got some more level 3 stuff and some loot. Very nice. Hunting arrows. Some sort of a kit that it won't let me pick up. Okay. Got this guy here that we could probably take his stuff, including a, level 2. Boo. Panther says, in that scenario, I'd have probably done the same thing. Everyone else killed by the guy we were ambushing? Yeah, I'm begging for mercy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes perfect sense when you think about it from that point of view. It's the same thing I always pointed out. Like, you're watching an action movie, right? And there's just a bunch of nameless goons getting killed by some guy. So let's say it's Taken, right? And you're all just being killed off by Liam Neeson or whatever. At what point do you realize this is not worth it? This guy's killing everyone. I'm just going to get killed. And then you just leave. You say, you know what? I'm not that invested in this situation, and you leave. That's one of my favorite things about Iron Man 3. I'm not a huge fan of that movie in general, just because, you know, it's kind of a lame Marvel movie, but there's a scene where Iron Man is, like, taking out a bunch of goons at this compound or whatever. He's, like, half armored up, and he's taking out, like, 4 or 5 of them, and then one of them just stops, puts his gun down, and says, you know what, I don't even know these guys. They're super weird, and he leaves. That is the perfect, realistic response to, like, being a goon for a supervillain. You would not just fight to the death for some guy. They're not loyal, they're being paid to be there. So if you know that this guy is he's already killed half of your army of nameless, faceless goons, he's probably gonna kill the guy who pays you, then what's it all gonna be worth? You know? I always get a kick out of that in action films. Hey, this guy looks...
Whoa.
Is he a bandit or is he a mercenary? If he's a mercenary, yeah, he's a mercenary. I'll let him live. Redneck Zeus says, now my game keeps crashing after talking to Catherine and Lumiere in the 5th Commandment side quest. Really?
Go.
You're having all sorts of problems. It's probably mod related. How many mods do you have? Because I know that any mods that alter the same type of file cause instabilities in the game. So that's why the only ones I currently have installed are very exclusive from each other. So they don't alter, like, the same type of inventory lists or the same areas or anything like that. Homemade Meme says, bro, I've been watching you for so long, and this is the first time I've been able to watch one of your streams because I live in Australia and the time zones are hugely different. I did start it considerably earlier today. Got a lot of stuff I got to get done for this weekend, so I figured if I wanted to have a full-length stream, I'd have to start earlier in the morning today. So, awesome that you are able to catch it. Panther says, you ever miss the Red Dead Online streams? Yeah, sometimes. They were definitely a lot of fun.
God be with you. How's the watch going?
Not bad, so far.
I haven't played the game for a while. I just wish they wouldn't have abandoned it because it had so much potential. Renexu says, I deleted all my mods and it's still doing it. And after you deleted the mods, you verified the integrity of your game files? That would be the step I would take. But, I mean, every time my game crashes, I send the report. You know, I send the report and I, you know, detail what I was doing and where I was when the crash happened. So that hopefully, if it is some sort of a widespread issue with the game, then Warhorse can work on patching it. I want to talk to Gills. God, that guy was annoying.
I took care of Canker.
Seriously? So you brought me his mace like I told you to?
Of course. Here you go.
Yeah, that's it. Canker's best mate. Just as filthy and slimy as its owner. Good job, Henry. Here you go. It's not much, but I won't get any more than that out of old Samine for the job.
Would you mind if I kept the mace?
If you've got the stomach for it.
Panther says he stopped playing around the time we did the funeral stream. Touched it maybe once or twice since. Very sad. It was good stuff. I've played the single player story since then. I did another playthrough on that a while after that. Alright, now that we took care of that, we'll take care of all that loot that we got. Make sure we sort all that out, and then we'll go do the Poacher quest. Homemade Meme says, what do you do when you're not making a video in the game or not doing story missions? Like, what do I do in the game? Or you mean in the rest of my life? The question is unclear. Let's get all this stuff washed up. Because if you mean in the game, typically I'm exploring the open world, killing bandits, collecting loot, just generally exploring and enjoying the world. As far as the rest of my life, I do lots of stuff. I have a farm I'm working on, I got a family, I have other community responsibilities that I am responsible for. I guess that should go without saying, considering they are, in fact, responsibilities. Lots of stuff. I'm gonna go down into this village here and see what I can get repaired by the, the cobbler down here before I run up to Troskowitz. You meant in the game? Yeah, like I said, if I'm not doing a mission and I'm not making a video, I mean, I look for side content, look for random encounters that I haven't encountered yet, because there are hundreds of them in this game. So there's a great chance that at any point you're going to come across one that you've not ever seen before. I do spend a lot of time collecting loot, and I do that a lot for videos, because, you know, I make videos about the things that I find in the game. But I also do it because KCD is one of those type of games where I have loot goblin tendencies, where I want to have everything in the game. I want to have one of every item in the game in my chest. Now, since they added the variants, it's definitely harder in KCD2 than it was in KCD1, because in the first game, if you collected an item, that was the item. You know, there wasn't different quality levels. In KCD2, I only collect level 3 things unless they're unique story items that only come in level 2, and then I'll keep the unique level 2 variant then. So like Menhart's sword and the Crusader Waffenrocks that we've got here, things like that. If I can only get them in level 2, I'll keep them in level 2.
Just a few days walk from here. You have to hear this. In Silver Skallets, they say, without warning, attacked by human troops.
He's talking about
One
us.
afternoon, they burned down the whole village, killed all the villagers, and drove the local lord out of his own castle. You see what that ginger fox Sigismund is doing to our land? He wants to burn us all. Go home, quick, and start praying. Only God can save us from the foreign hordes. And give all your property to your local church, quick, before Sigismund's soldiers seize it or torch it.
He might be onto something there.
I like that. He's like, quick, Sigismund's gonna rob and burn us down. Yeah, you're gonna lose everything, so give it to the church first. I mean, if I had the choice between giving all of my possessions to the church or having some rampaging invader take them, I mean, I would give them all to the church. Alright, let's repair. Ooh, he's gonna be able to repair a lot. We'll haggle for it, though. I still haven't maxed out speech, so we gotta make sure we do that whenever we can. I don't know how much XP you get for haggling, but I know it's some. Renix Zoo says, the only thing I haven't tried yet is what I saw on a Reddit post last night. Someone suggested you have to talk to Father Prokop again and go through all his dialogue options for some reason. Wonder what for. Homemade Meme says, the somnambulant perk is definitely the worst. I keep going to bed in Kuttenberg and waking up in a random on the other side of the map. I mean, it's definitely the one that makes the biggest impact so far. The bad back one comes up a lot if you're picking herbs, but other than that, it doesn't. Trying to remember the other perks that I've taken that I've noticed. I mean, the punchable face one comes up a lot. The bashful one hasn't quite the effect. Panther says, what year is the setting? I don't remember. You don't remember?
Show me.
Did I buy stuff from this guy yet? I don't think I did. Let's get all this level 3 stuff. And we'll get all the horse stuff too while we're here. Oh boy, he's got a lot. This is going to be expensive. Hey, we'll buy some armorer's kits while we're here.
Worried about the
Well, I suppose we can.
Oh yes, as Red Sparrow said, 1403. I should have probably answered your question there, Panther. Yeah, both the games take place in 1403. I think the first one is supposed to take place in very early spring, and this one is supposed to be like late spring, early summer, if memory serves. Or maybe it's supposed to be late summer, early fall. I can't remember, but the whole story, what we see of Henry, is supposed to only be a couple months.
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
At most. The setting for KCD2? Bohemia. Medieval Bohemia, specifically in the year 1403. Alright, let's see what we have. Well, we'll use those armor's kits that we got first. That'll take some of the repair work out from what we have to get done. Oh, look at that. We had enough for all of the armor we have on us. Alright, now we gotta transfer. It's annoying, but we're gonna have to keep doing the old back and forth between inventories until we get all of our inventory sorted out. Hopefully all that horse tack we bought isn't too much for our horse to carry. Well, between our horse and us, because it totally might be. Ha! It totally is. Hilarious. Well, wait, we can sell some stuff here. I should have thought of that. Just one more transfer session. And we'll sell whatever all the level 2 and level 1 stuff that we can at this cobbler guy, because he should be able to buy a bunch of it. Boy, I had already transferred a bunch of stuff. AJ popped in and he said, hello AJ, welcome to the stream. So far we've done the Canker mission. That's all you've missed though.
Show me your way.
Homemade Meme says, Warhorse needs to buff the pistols, like make them faster to fire and easier to aim. They're pretty much useless except for getting achievements. Yeah, we've talked about that in the streams already, because I never use them because, yeah, like you said, they're pretty much useless. Well, I mean, I used them to get the achievements, like you said. But, I'm just expecting a mod at some point that will convert them into a modern handgun or something. Wow, we were not actually able to sell as much here as I was hoping. It's basically just a couple boots and gloves. But I guess that makes sense considering, you know, that's what he deals in.
What would you...
Lass, I'm done haggling.
Oh no, we pissed him off!
Thank you, sir.
Oh boy. That was the first time I failed at haggling for a while. I don't think I got rid of enough stuff there. And I don't think... I mean, I could go sell some food up at this grocer. Red Sparrow said, and full armor sets. And full armor... What? How long was a month back then? Because I must have passed 600 days at this point. Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's what... It seems like a long time to people who play the game very thoroughly. Because, yeah, same for me. I've spent way more than a couple months as Henry. Yeah, we could sell some of our food here. But,
Talk about...
wow. It's like 10 groshens worth. We'll get her up to 11.1. And now 11. Look at that. A full 11 groshen. That's over a week's worth wages for most people. Andre Lewis said, "No, I kissed the start of the stream again." The stream is very, he retracted it after he said it. What was I gonna say? The stream is very happy that you were, that you deigned to kiss it. Henry pissing off locals is just a regular Tuesday. Yeah, nothing special for him. I wish they should have more general stores at the, at more of the locations in Kingdom Come Deliverance. That way I could offload broadly things more frequently. I mean, we're not super far from Troskovitz, so I'm not all that worried. Plus, I think we still have a strength level. I think we maxed out Vitality, but I don't think we maxed out Strength yet. So, doing a little bit of... Andre Lewis said he switched it over to miss the start of the stream again, and he retracted it. Let me check just to make sure that we actually do have a Strength level. Oh no, we're maxed out on Strength. Agility and Speech are all we haven't maxed out for stats. Well, and main level, but that doesn't count. For skills, we haven't maxed out most of them. We've only maxed out Craftsmanship so far. We could easily polish off Alchemy, what with our Savior Schnapps glitch that we figured out. Wouldn't take us very long, especially using Fox to max that one out. Panther says, "Can you get Doggo? Henry running around with Doggo would be so cool." We will do that today. That'll be one of the side missions we do today. Because if I can... Now, I've only been streaming for like 5-hour chunks when I do this game, so who knows if we'll have enough time, especially if we spend a bunch of time walking around super over-encumbered. But I would like to get all of the side missions prior to the wedding done today in today's stream. So I'm planning on pushing through. Judge Dredd said, "What poles does the sun set and rise?" What? What poles? I mean, typically it rises in the east and sets in the west. There it is right now. You can also, depending on the time of day, use your shadow. But, if you mean like compass poles, there's no way to tell because they're just lines. My thing is, with the compass there, I know that they keep it on there just so if we have like a quest marker or something like that, you can still see it once you get close enough. But, it feels mostly pointless to have it, considering there's nothing else on it. Howbane Memes says, "I was stuck at Wedding Crashers Quest for like the first week of hardcore mode because I kept getting overconfident when I saw bandits and didn't have any savior schnapps." We've been doing alright, but we've definitely been playing around with the game a lot more than necessary. Doing things like collecting all the loot and doing all the side quests and exploring things and doing treasure hunts and everything like that. Exploring every option. We have not been speedrunning, let me put it that way. Because when we did the Smith side quest or whatever, we did every single investigation to make sure we maxed out how much access we could have to the Crusader Knights. So, that's kind of a great example of what we've been doing. Mutt and Pebbles is a deadly combo. We've already got Pebbles maxed out up to the 35 kilometer boost. Red Sparrow says, "It would be nice for Warhost to make Master Strikes harder to stop spam attacks and not using combos." I mean, I think the reason why they put them in the game and make them so easy to use because you can not use them. It is an option to not use them. They put them in there and make them easy to use and make them super effective so that they don't need to add different difficulty settings to the game other than regular and hardcore mode. Because basically all you have to do is learn how to Master Strike, and then as long as you're paying attention during combat, anybody can win in combat, even if you're vastly outnumbered. Typically, for me, what I'll do is I try not to use them too much unless I'm fighting 4 or more opponents at a time. If I'm fighting just one person, I try not to use Master Strikes, especially if it's like a boss fight, because when it comes time to like duel Zhishka, one Master Strike and he's done, and that cheapens the moment. But I like that they made the natural combo thing, so that way all you have to do basically with that is get 3 uninterrupted strikes and make sure they're timed appropriately, and you get that natural combo, which makes fighting seem really organic. Basically, they made the combat a lot easier. And I know I don't personally love that because I liked how challenging the first game was, but I also do like that the game gets more people to play it, you know. And we can make the combat... If you're playing on PC, you can make the combat a lot harder because you can download combat overhaul mods that will speed it up, prevent any or like make the enemies more aggressive. There's all sorts of them that I've seen. Then, if you want to make it real difficult, I bet you could make it extremely hardcore. Kippenzo episode 058. Kippenzo ep 058 says, does map 2 have more missions than map 1? It's probably got more on the whole. I mean, the first map has a lot of side missions, and I feel like a lot of people probably miss out on quite a few of them. But yeah, I think just... What do we got here? Got a Bia? What's in the sack? Ooh, some food. Very nice. I do think the second map, on the whole, definitely has more. I've never counted them. That's why I can't give you a definitive answer on it. But I've done... In every playthrough, I've done every mission in the first map. Except for sometimes I don't do the full Miller quest line. But other than that, I've always done every mission. But I have not done every mission in the second map for every playthrough. I did for the first playthrough. The second playthrough I kind of rushed because I wanted to do all the options in the main story that I didn't do the first time. So I definitely didn't do as many side quests in the second playthrough. But in my third playthrough, I did pretty much all of them again. And now in this playthrough, this hardcore one here, to be clear, I didn't finish the third playthrough. That one is left off. That's the one I've been making videos on recently. So I've been being pretty thorough in this one. Homemade Meme says, fainting is better than any combo or master strike. I definitely like fainting better than I like ripostes and counter strikes. You gotta time it right, because if you don't time a feint right, you open yourself up to a really deadly attack. Oh, these guys are just begging to be robbed. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. That'd be a tricky caravan ambush. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people there. When they're all soldiers like that, it's not too bad, because usually they aggro and then they'll just attack you until you kill them all. But the ones with the civilians are the hardest to ambush, because the civilians run off and tell on you, and then you're wanted after that. So even if you successfully complete the ambush and get all the loot, you still got tattled on. Vaughan Macarian's here, and he says, hello, 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 Vaughan. Welcome back to the stream. Red Sparrow says, I remember the deep horror of facing humans in the first game, now they're weak. They definitely feel a lot less impactful in this game, I'll definitely say that. Because they were, like, the primary enemy in the first game, and a human camp was usually one of the hardest things you could stumble upon. But in this game, they definitely took a back seat to just the other bandits. And I would say there's less bandits in general in the second game than there were in the first one. Like, you can still find a couple bandit camps here and there, but the first game, it felt much more like the map was under direct attack. And we even had the missions for each region, the Rete, Sisau, and Talmberg-centered missions where we would go around and clear out like 5 different bandit camps for each region. That's something that we didn't get here in the second game, but that definitely made the whole map feel like there were a lot more bandits in it. It was a clever storytelling device to make it feel more dangerous. Panther said, why did we leave the horse behind? Horse is right there. We can't ride the horse when we're over encumbered. And since I cannot put enough on the horse to get myself unencumbered so then I could ride the horse, I figured I'd just walk the path. Yes, I could have just dropped enough stuff, but I didn't want to do that. Homemade Meme says, I heard that you get loads of strength and vitality XP for walking around while overloaded, but when I try, I get none. Oh, it worked for me. We've already maxed out strength and vitality in this playthrough. I mean, I've been using Henry's Fox potions for the last 2 streams. So you get a lot more XP that way, but no, it definitely works. You have to be heavily over-encumbered, though. I think it has to be over, like, a quarter of the way. If you're just barely over-encumbered, you get almost no XP for it. Vaughan Macarian says, I met a guy that didn't believe my Henry, that he is the Pribyslavitz bailiff. You met someone where you were able to tell him that you were bailiff? I don't know that I've come across that one. Before you joined into the stream, we ran into a town crier that was talking about how Skalitz got burned. So that was pretty cool. On the bright side, we're not going to be over-encumbered once we get out of this town, because we'll go to the tailor first, we'll get our stuff repaired, and we'll sell off all the level 1 and 2 stuff, and then we probably won't be over-encumbered after that. Then we'll stop off at the general store, and sell off all the rest of the 1 and 2 stuff. Then we hop over to Tachov to put our stuff in storage, and then we pop right on to the next Poacher mission. That's our game plan right now. Yes, Vagan Macarian, who did you run into that questioned that, and like what region the map was in, etc.? Homemade Meme says the grass in this game looks so good. It definitely looks pretty sweet. I love the way the foliage in general looks in KCD. The woods are beautiful. One of the other things that I did a lot, especially in my first playthrough, was if it felt like I was moving fast or I was getting overwhelmed or anything like that, just ride off into the woods and just sit there, listen to the birds and the beasts for a little bit as the sun filters through the trees. It's definitely a immersive experience. It's not quite as good as sitting in the woods in real life, but it was also February, and the woods in Wisconsin in February aren't nearly as fun as a lot of things. Panther says he wishes he could get into this game. The setting is so cool, I just don't click with the combat system. Yeah, I get that. It's definitely a very... Oh, wow, apparently I don't have anything he can repair. Well, looks like we're going to be selling stuff then. I know a lot of people have struggled with the combat system, so I won't judge you harshly for it. I absolutely love it. For me, it's the perfect game. The only other games that I like anywhere near as much as the Kingdom Come Deliverance games are The Witcher 3 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Other than that, even games that I really like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or the Elder Scrolls games, things like that, they don't come anywhere close. Wow, we got a lot of level 3 stuff.
I'd like to do...
We must be carrying more armor than I thought we were.
Do you accept that, sir?
Thank you, sir. And come again.
Armor and weapons, that is, but that's okay. Vagan Macarian says the person he ran into was in the Kuttenberg region on one of the main roads, so it was a random encounter. Was it like an armored guy or a trader? What was it? Red Sparrow says it's not for everyone. That's accurate. That's the thing. Not every game is for everyone. There are going to be things... It's like we were talking about in the second stream in the series. So I was talking about Baldur's Gate. I like a lot of things about Baldur's Gate 3. Like, the story and writing and a lot of the characters are very interesting. There's a lot of things about it that I would say were very strong. However, I don't like point-and-click combat. I don't like turn-based combat. I like action-based combat, you know? I like being the person doing the thing, not just clicking a thing and then it gets done by a computer, you know? So, for me, I can like all the other aspects of the game, but I don't like the combat. Hurley says, what about Master Strike? Isn't it too easy? We were talking about that a couple minutes ago. I don't think it's too easy. I think if you find it too easy and you think it's too much of an exploit, then my recommendation is don't use it. You know, you can, I like having the option there, so that way if I'm outnumbered, like I'm fighting 5 opponents at once, I'll make sure I keep Canker's Mace, since that's a level 2, but it's unique. Anyway, if I'm outnumbered severely, I will use it. But if I'm not, then I just don't use it. Wow, we have a lot of level 3 stuff. I keep getting surprised by how much we actually ended up picking up.
Let's talk about the prop.
Hurley's just joined the stream. Well, welcome to the stream. Alright, we should be lightened enough to the point where we can actually get enough of it off of us that we can manage to get over-encumbered. But we definitely picked up a lot. It was the... Like, we did get a lot of level 3 stuff, but it was definitely the... Come on, horsey. It was definitely the, all the stuff we bought from the cobbler guy in Samin that put us over the edge, because horse tack is very heavy.
Quick!
But now we've got it, so we don't need to be worried about not getting that horse tack. Even if we leave the region, we'll know that we always have the stuff from this region. Red Sparrow said 30k, question mark? Yeah, we've been stacking money pretty fast in this playthrough. Does horse have a name? Yes, Panther. This horse's name is Pebbles. It's the game that if you want, you can start with pretty much for free as long as you do it the right way. It took us a little bit of effort in the first playthrough to get it for free, but it was a gift in the first game, and then in the second game here, you lose it at the beginning of the game, but you can find it pretty quickly. And it sucks as a horse initially, but if you ride the horse for long enough, which is 35 kilometers in the game, you will, it will improve dramatically. Alright, let's get our stuff off the horse now. Make sure we repair anything that needs to be repaired. And then we'll put it all in storage. Our saddle is still stolen. Music for Life says, hey chat, 59 watching and only 8 likes. Come on, let's show DTG support. Yeah, come on guys, 8 likes? That's not very good. Craftsman cannot fix the common longsword, but he can fix Canker's mace. I'm not hyped for horse races, because it's definitely not my thing. Like I said, in-games in general, races don't typically trip my trigger. But expanded archery competitions is definitely something I'm into. Now we'll have to see if any of the stuff we picked up is duplicates of anything we already had. Well, that's not all we have to do, but we can, it's one of the things we can do. Okay, we're doing good there, so. Let's check and see. Okay, so the shields all were. Some of the clothing. A couple of the bridles, but not most of it. Most of that stuff was new and unique. So that's awesome. Lord Samin's stack is so beautiful, right? That's why I switched over to it. Once I got it, I was like, yeah, I gotta stick with that. Because as far as stuff in the first of all, the Krakowian saddle is one of the best saddles in the game. So having it in the first region definitely makes you feel pretty fancy. I also love the hybrid comparisons where it's got the comparison on the front and then it's got the harness on the back. I absolutely love that look. Ugh.
Hey, what's wrong?
We'll drop some of this stuff for the peasants to have. There you guys go.
Wake up, come on.
All for you.
Well, I can't believe this is just lying around.
I get a kick out of how they handled this system. Instead of despawning things when you drop them, it just has people pick them up, put them in their pocket.
Never believe me.
They say funny things too. Like I'll keep going, but my favorite is when they go yoink and then they pick it up.
It's mine now.
Panther says, wait, does this game use metric in the UI? For some of the stuff. So, it uses kilometers, but it uses pounds for weight. Which makes sense because kilograms... kilometers I don't think would have existed at the time either, but kilograms certainly didn't. That unit of measurement was... Hey look, he put on the Waffenrock that we dropped. Anyway, at the time in Bohemia, they would have been using pounds as a standard for measurement. But, we are up in... Tachov. Let's see if we can make a straight dash for Nabokov. If we just go, if we take this road out of town, the one that takes us to Troskovitz, and then just jump through, we should be able to ride full steam and go straight to Nabokov without, you know, wasting a bunch of time on the way. Panther says, blech, kilometers are gross. Yeah, they gotta use freedom units. How many eagle spans is it? Homemade Meme says, how do you create such good gun customizations in Red Dead Online? Trial and error. I'll be like, ooh, this will be a cool thing, and then I try it out, and then I'm like, that didn't look as good as it did in my head. Or, more often, ooh, that looks awesome. Typically, I just like to use complementary colors and alternating color schemes. So if you want to do a cool gun design, usually if you just pick 2 colors and you stick to that, and you just try the combinations until you find which one looks best. So if it's like brown, steel, and brass is one that I quite like, or the blued steel and gold. Anything where you get some sort of a nice contrast, and then all you have to do is focus on making sure you get the grip right, and Bob's your uncle. Yuvi says, that's Samin stack. You betcha it is. We got most of it in the last stream, and then at the beginning of this stream we had the saddle again from killing the horse a second time. Because the first time that we did it, for some reason the saddle wasn't on it. So that's why our saddle is still marked as stolen. Oh, look, dead bodies.
Go. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, it's wolves. Run! Run! I don't want to fight wolves. That ain't worth it. Do you guys think I'm going the right way? Oh, here's Canker's camp. That's probably how we stumbled across it in the first time or whatever. Apparently, it's a funnel system, but we did end up about where we were aiming, so I'm gonna call my my navigation pretty much perfect. Hey, we leveled up horsemanship. Gertois T says, "Bro, Oblivion's out. WTF you doing?" I have been playing Oblivion since it came out. I played some more of it yesterday, or last night, I should say, for like 5 or 6 hours. But even though I love it, like Oblivion is probably my favorite Elder Scrolls game ever, and it's actually a very solid remaster. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a significantly better game, so that's why I'm still streaming this. Panther confirmed no kilometers weren't a thing until the early 1800s with the French Revolution. That's what I figured. I was pretty sure that they weren't invented until much later. The guard took it all. Also, it's based. Well, that's why I said, like, with the weight, it doesn't specifically list it as kilograms or pounds, but if you look at the weight of any one thing or whatever, if it was kilograms, it would be too heavy. Whereas for pounds, it's about right. Because, like, a longsword, 3.9 pounds, right around 4 pounds, that's about what they weigh. Whereas 4 kilograms would be a very heavy longsword. So that's why, even though it's not labeled, I always say pounds when it comes to weight. But anyway, let's start our poaching mission.
Gamekeeper Vostatek from Tachov sent me here.
You were sent by Vostatek?
Yes. He hired me to find and catch poachers in his forests. That job's done. So he sent me to you. He said there's something I could help you with. He was talking about some ghost?
Nice. You might actually be useful then. What's your name?
Henry.
I'm Varel, the gamekeeper in these parts. But I suppose you know that. The lad who helps me told me a while ago about this ghost you mentioned. But I'll tell you about that after you help me with those bastards infesting my forests. What do you say? Will you do it?
Aye. I just need to know some details.
Sure. Ask away.
How do you know you've got poachers here?
The usual. There's been less and less game, and there's always a reason for that. I thought at first it might be them wolves that are rampaging there too, but I found some remains. It's a poacher, all right.
How can you tell?
There were knife cuts on the bones, not marks of wolves' fangs.
Where do these bastards of yours usually hunt?
The first one has been poaching Troskovitz, the graveyard site. Now we've started patrolling there, he's pulled back to Slatigo, somewhere to the east of the graveyard, and we ain't too keen to go there.
Why's that?
The place is cursed. And on top of that, it's swarming with wolves. You know that half-built cottage in Slatigo?
That must be deep in the forest, right?
The previous gamekeeper started building it, but he didn't finish it. He kicked the bucket before he could go on his first round. I've been gamekeeper here since then, and I don't intend to end up like him.
Vostatek was moaning his forests are full of the vermin. But I only looked for 2. How many do you think you've got here?
I have my suspicions about 3 places. And poachers always work alone. So I reckon it's an unholy trinity.
Right. I reckon that's all I need.
Good luck.
Alright, simple enough. So we got some poachers to hunt down. Homemade Meme says he can't get the image out of his mind that behind the screen there's a Hermit the Frog streaming KCD2. Why would you want to get that image out of your head? That's exactly what's happening. Red Sparrow said, is anyone finding it hard to reforge Radzig's sword? I can't, and I'm level 28 in crafting. I don't find it hard to reforge it, but I think it's bugged so that unless you kind of... So, if you forge it perfectly, absolutely perfectly, and you got all your stats maxed out, I've gotten it so that it has the damage of being level 4, but it still only shows it as level 3, at least until after the game. So, okay, like Head Sound Lithuanian just said, you can forge it perfectly, and it'll have tier 4 stats, but it will still only show that it's tier 3. So, there's that. Head Sound Lithuania also said, hello, my friend, did I miss something? Nope, so far in this stream, we've done some looting, and we took out the first band of bandits, the Canker's band right here. Now we're doing our first Poacher mission for the Nabokov Huntsman, and so we're going to be bouncing back and forth between those things. We're also probably going to get Mutt in this stream. But no, that's pretty much it. Hurley says, oh nice, I'm curious how this quest would play out if you already did the wedding. I typically do all of them before the wedding, because... Oh yeah, I'm curious too. Well, the ghost portion of it probably wouldn't be available, or it's possible that the whole thing wouldn't be available. I have no idea. But anyway, we should get riding off towards that. So, we are here. So if I shoot across and then up through this clearing, we'll be able to go straight towards it. Vagan Macarian says, liking the stream is obligatory. Lack of compliance is punished by reputation loss. That'd be funny if, like, in real life, you just suddenly lost 10 reputation points because you didn't like the stream. It would be well-deserved. Let me just say that. Lexi1397 popped in and said, I didn't know you were streaming it yet, lol, I'm training new people today. Just gonna get in trouble watching the stream instead of training new people at work. I mean, you could train them to watch the stream. Gotta hook them all up on their own accounts. Otto the Great says, have you experienced the crashing on save bug? I have not, but Redneck Zeus has been having problems with it. Should swap out the red armor for green to match the horse. I would, but I don't currently have any green armor. We're currently just running with what we've got from the first region of the game. And trying to maximize stats, so... It looks pretty solid on the whole, but yes, it would be better if it was green to match the horse. Also to oppose the prod colors. Both good reasons. Also, I like red. I like green more than I like red. So, I wouldn't need too much convincing to swap it out if I had some good green armor. In fact, I've got a video coming up this weekend. I was working on it yesterday for some green armor, so that'll be an exciting video. Good stuff. All three of the suits turned out really cool. I thought I was in the right section of woods, but the search area hasn't updated yet. I have to find a landmark so I can... Hey, look at that search area. I know I was roughly in the right spot. Alright, we just entered the search area from the south end. So let's find out about where we are. So we're probably right here. So I have to go towards the center of the search area, so... Because this is rocks. So I don't have any guarantees that that's where I am, but... Actually, I might... Oh, man, I have no idea where I am. There's wolves. Okay, we found a wolf hunting spot. That'll tell us where we are. Okay, so we are out here. So... We must have, like, passed it and then rode back towards it, because we're passing the wolf spot now. So let's turn into it a little bit more. Really, horse? Hmm. Alright, now we got some wolves that we gotta butcher. History Republic says, wouldn't medieval knights face repercussions for fighting for different lords or states? For I looked at the life of Zavish of Garbau a little, and he fought for the Teutons, for Hungary, and for Poland. If you were not a landed knight, typically you were only in service for a period of time, so that would be predetermined, you know, like you would discuss that with your lord that you were serving, or at any point you could formally leave their service and join another. So it totally depends. The problem is most people don't understand that the vast majority of medieval knights were not landed. They were knights because they had been knighted, but they didn't actually have any lands of their own. Or even if they did, someone like... in this game, Hinnik of Kunstadt, he was a knight. Well, actually, he was potentially even a lord. And he fought all over the place, and very oftentimes was not at his lands at all. So, it's entirely possible. I don't know about get in trouble. It's not like there was a central body of authority that would like punish you and take away your knighthood because you switched sides or something like that. But you could get killed, or it's possible that the person would hold a grudge. They'd be like, no, I'm not going to let you be in my service again because I fought for Poland, Lithuania, and you fought for the Teutons, you know? So, yeah, it was... people have this idea of it being this big centralized thing, and you can see that on the video I made where they're like, no, not a king has to make a knight. No, that's simply not true. Kings could make knights as long as the king was a knight, but not all kings were knights. Oh, I think we found it. And that certainly was not a rule. That's a modern rule in, like, England. If you want to be a knight in England, you have to be knighted by the monarchy. But, alright, what do we got here? Come on, buddy.
This is the poacher's camp for sure. Only there's no one here.
We got another wolf.
Nobody's been here for quite some time. That's odd.
Vagan McCarrion says, what's the best polearm type, or are they more or less the same? I think the poleaxe is probably the best, but just on the whole, they're very similar and not super impressive in the game. Which is kind of a letdown because they were super overpowered in the first game, but is what it is. They're also really not durable, so they just break so fast if you try using them. There's a book we've already read. History Republic says, I'm a big fan of green, but that red Knight Waffenrock with the white diagonal stripe is one of my favorites. For me, I like a lot of the Waffenrocks. As long as it's sleeveless, it's a good Waffenrock. Now, we have one, I call it the Peanuts Waffenrock. It's the yellow and blue zigzagging stripe one. I don't much care for that one because it's a really ugly color combination. But as long as it's a sleeveless Waffenrock, I enjoy it. You evaded the wolf event just to walk into a wolf hunting spot. Yes, but that we used for navigation. My Henry wears a monk habit, preferably the black one. You can definitely get great defensive stats if you put either a lord's overcoat or a monk's habit over your armor. It covers up your armor, so you're missing out on your aesthetic points, but it definitely helps with the defense. Yuvi says Bolshanka, I think it's the strongest polearm. It's definitely up there. I made a video about polearms at one point. Alright, let's double check and see what it's telling us to do here. Find out the truth about the poacher in Slatigo. Okay, so it wants us to look around, so we should look towards the unfinished cottage, which should be nearby. I think it's up here. Yes, right here.
That must be the unfinished cottage Varel was talking about.
We'll check out the cave after we've looked around a little bit. Got some cobwebs. We'll be able to make some more quick finger potions. Oh, that's just nettles. Charcoal. Ooh, 50 charcoal. Nice. Got some raven's feathers. Got to stock up on those. I think the wolves might be the big red circle. Homemade Meme says, do you think Warhorse will make a Kingdom Come Deliverance 3? If not, what setting do you think their next game will be, or what would you want it to be? Oh boy, that's a lot of questions. I do think there will be a KCD3. I think their direction with KCD2 has made it fairly obvious that they want the next game in the series to be set during the Hussite Wars, which I think they probably knew from the beginning, just because it's like the biggest part of Bohemian history. And with introducing Jan Žižka and making him and Henry friends who apparently respect each other in this game, I totally expect the third game to be like a Bohemian fantasy that a lot of Bohemians probably have about fighting alongside or possibly being partially responsible for Jan Hus's victories in... Or not Jan Hus, Jan Žižka's victories in the Hussite Wars. So, my guess is that is what it's going to be. Now, if it's not going to be that... Oh boy, I'd love a whole bunch of other things, even if they're not related to the story at all. Now, they've opened up some threads that they could go with for, like, alternate storylines, because they've introduced Godwin, and he fought, at the Battle of Grunwald, so a game that kind of culminates in that would be cool. They've introduced Martin, who had all sorts of adventures and apparently fought in a war with Radzig prior to the events of the game, and that's how they became friends. So there's lots of story-related threads they could do. I think a game set in, like, the First Crusade would be awesome. You know, a Warhorse Studios designed game set then. That would be pretty cool. Is there anything else I'm supposed to learn here? Said a poacher was turned up in the Slatigo forests. Said only Zhishka and Catherine respects Henry. I mean, but I think they do that intentionally. Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta go. I think I know what I have to do. I have to go to the deer spot, and I think maybe we find his body there. But I think they do that on purpose to make it, like, try to build in loyalty towards Catherine and Jan Zhishka for the player, so that we automatically gravitate towards them, which will make the third game, if it goes the way that I expect it to, it'll make that feel more powerful. Because you're naturally already drawn to Catherine and Zhishka because, yeah, they do respect you and they treat you like an equal. And Catherine even potentially can fall in love with you if you pursue it. So, I think that that's very likely their intent. Hurley says, off topic, is there a second instance of the item Dead Rat? Did they make it an item only for it to be used once in a random chest? Does that make it legendary quality? I am not sure. We should be near the hunting spot. Oh, this grass is tall. Right? This is the row spot. It's entirely possible that I went entirely in the wrong direction. Alright, it should be facing towards Troskovitz. Maybe I'm over here. I probably have to go up further along the tree line. Hey look, a deer. I know what to do. Homemade Meme says, I would love Warhorse to make a feudal Japan game, like the same level of realism as KCD 1 and 2. I mean, I'm sure that would probably be extremely fun. Now, I would probably like it because I like the way that Warhorse Studios makes games. That being said, I'm way more interested in Western medieval society than I am in, like, feudal Japan. I've just never been much into Eastern stuff. I think that it's interesting enough, I guess. But it does not fall within... I mean, and it's possible that if I studied more of it, I would be more interested in it. But, I've done a lot of study into Western medieval society and history. Oh, look, another wolf.
Tried to flee. They chased him down. Oh well. I'd better report it to the gamekeeper. I've got some evidence if he wants it.
Red Sparrow says Roman stuff, like, because they'd love to fight in Romation formation. I think if they did a ancient era game, so something where, you know, the Roman Empire would feature, obviously for them the perfect opportunity would be the Roman campaigns in Germania. That would probably be the most interesting thing they could possibly explore if they wanted to do something set in Rome. Look, we got two poacher's knives. I don't, Yuvi says, historically speaking, I think Hans dies at 19. Zhishka will go on to lead the more sane part of the Hussites. Yes, Zhishka does go on to lead the moderate faction of the Hussites. But I don't remember if Hans was 19 when he died. He was not very old, but I don't remember. He was married and had a kid. I made a video about him at one point doing a biography, but he was, for all intents and purposes, a fairly minor, insignificant historical figure. His son and his father, in fact, were both significantly more famous than him. Of course, now Hans is the most famous of them because he's had 2 video games made about him, and so a lot of people know who he is, even though his name wasn't Hans Kapan, it was Jan Tachov of Pirkstein, or at least that's what he was known as historically. But yes, both his son and his father were significantly more famous than him. His father was one of the founding members of the League of Lords, which, ironically, supported Sigismund, and then goes on to oppose the Hussites in the Hussite Wars, or at least one of the Hussite Wars. And initially, Hans Kapan is one of the signatories
I should go back.
to the petition or the, the thing telling them to release Jan Hus and not to burn him at the stake, essentially. But then after that, when the Hussite Wars breaks out, Hans Kapan historically joined the League of Lords and fought against the Hussites. So if we do play as Henry fighting alongside Jan Žižka in KCD3, that would put us opposite of Hans Kapan, historically speaking, at least.
Quick.
Panther says that is either a very weak crossbow string or Henry is quite strong. Well, we do have our strength stat maxed out, so Henry is quite strong. But there's also 3 levels of crossbows in this game: light crossbows, medium, and heavy. The light ones can be cocked with your hands. The medium ones you need a goat's leg, and which is a type of lever. And the heavy ones need to be cranked up like a ballista. All 3 of them are historically authentic. Obviously, the light crossbows, which again do exist in real life. You can even there are some modern crossbows that are designed to be cocked with your hands. But yes, they are significantly lighter. Otto the Great says, Kubienka is the one who came up with the wagon for its LMAO. I remember when I first got that mission, I thought it was funny when Žižka shot the idea down instantly. I think that, like I said, if we get a KCD3 and it's set during the Hussite Wars, which I expect it to be, I totally expect there to be lots more stuff like that, where Henry comes up with certain tactics or suggests things that Žižka implements. Because, historically speaking, Jan Žižka innovated a lot of very impressive military things that helped him win every battle he fought in. Alright, we're going to need to find out where the hell we are. Is this Troskovitz? Okay, we're at Troskovitz. So, somehow, we missed our target. So, we're at the Conciliatory Cross, or the Shrine by Troskovitz. This is where we are right now. So, we need to get... Okay, so we were up there somewhere. We were over here, and we just zipped up too short. So, as long as we just head straight down, we should be able to get to Nabokov. We'll take this path. Because we can sleep there, so that's why I'm not worried about it being nighttime.
Quick.
Red Sparrow says, when you level up, you need less rest and food. Like your main level? Homemade Memes asked, is it just me, or when I'm in a place like Troskovitz, the time for sleeping and waiting is very quick, but in a place like Kuttenberg, it's miles slower? It's not just you. The Trotsky map is smaller and has way less assets in it, so time does pass faster here. It's one of the reasons why if you do like a big stealing run in Kuttenberg, and you have a bunch of stuff that you're trying to get added to your inventory, or like, so it loses its stolen status, it's actually quicker to travel to the Trotsky region to pass time.
God help you if you try to hide anything. I got nothing. Gorba! We're under attack!
Yeah, you are.
Somebody, please!
You fucker! Ah!
Good.
Oh, I didn't manage to save him. Oh, I mistimed my feint, but that's okay. Yubi says, dare to game. Before the ambush to free the devils, listen to what Kubienka says. He's right. He articulates how Wagon Fort should work. Žižka tells him to shut up. Oh yeah, I remember that. I noticed it right away on my first playthrough. I was like, that's funny. They gave it to Kubienka. Alright. But I don't mind, because I do like Kubienka. He's one of my favorite NPC characters in the game. Alright, we're going to need to move some stuff over again. Alright, where are you, horsey? Nighttime is bad for YouTube compression. Yeah, it is. Like I said, once we get over to the, Oh, crap. There's a cliff I just walked off of. We're at Canker's camp again. Apparently, this is just our default spot that we automatically go to. Our horse is injured. Look at him. He's limping. I can't spur him. Oh, yes. As UV pointed out, you can, in fact, use the stars to navigate because they are actually accurate. So, like, you can find the North Star and do all that sort of stuff. Commander Jester de Juggler says, Guten Tag, DTG, and everyone. Ah, Guten Tag to you as well. Unless you're, I can't remember, Homemade Memes who's in Australia, in which case it would be Guten Nacht. Headsound Lithuanian says, do you think Radzig would have told Henry himself that he was his father? I doubt if he kept quiet for 20 years. At least you can tell Istvan thanks for telling it. I mean, I kind of think it's hard to say because of the way that the story is set up, you know, it's left ambiguous. But I kind of think that his intention of getting that sword forged was to, now that Henry was an adult, to, like, maybe potentially take him under his wing. As, you know, take him into his service and probably do similar things to the way he is, you know, have him be a squire and all that sort of stuff. Because I think the sword was being made for him. That's why he had Henry take a swing with it initially. So I think it's possible that he would have told him, but it's just that with the attack and everything happening, Radzig was like, you know what, maybe now is not the right time. But it's also possible that he never would have told him. Hard to say. Did you try not walking off a cliff? I try that all the time, but sometimes it doesn't work. Alright, let's find the huntsman. He's gonna be like, ah, what are you doing? There he is. Really? You're not gonna let me talk to him? I have to wait until morning anyway? Otto the Great says, really? Kubianka's probably my... Here, let's wait until morning. He's probably my least favorite character. He's up there with Brabant. Riding with him to get the guns was hell. I said that in my second stream, I think. Kubianka's one of my favorite characters throughout the game, but when you first meet him, and for, like, that first interaction, he's super annoying. Alright, I should ask if I can spend the night here.
I'll pay. Forgive me. That doesn't matter. All right. I hope.
Thanks.
Where should I? It'll be. Where should it'll be? Would you?
Now we can tell him that we did the Slatigo Poacher.
I've got news about that poacher that you sent me to catch.
And? Did you catch him?
Not exactly.
What does that mean?
Well, you know how you said this poacher leaves a mess behind?
I know, the weasel. That really makes my blood boil.
Anyway, that's how the wolves sniffed him out. He didn't stand a chance against them. There wasn't much left of him, but I brought at least this as proof.
Show me. A hunting knife. This knife will be no use to him now. But still, no one deserves such a fate. Getting ripped to pieces by wolves. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to grieve over him.
You said something about a ghost. Will you tell me what that's all about?
Hold your horses. All in good time. If you help with another poacher, I'll tell you the whole story about the ghost. Or are you tired of walking through our beautiful forests?
Oh, leave it out. Tell me about the next poacher.
What do you want to know?
What should I do with him? Arrest him and take him to Troskovitz?
If some wild beast doesn't mete out justice first, aye. If he's not willing, force him. But make sure he's not too battered.
Yeah, I understand. There's a lot of poachers on the rampage here, aren't there? Is there anything different about this one?
This poacher is operating on a big scale.
A big scale?
He's killing so much game that he must be selling it somewhere. It's much more than he could use himself. Only, to prove anything, I'd have to grill all the innkeepers in the area. They wouldn't tell me anything anyway.
Where does this one hunt? Any idea where I should go looking?
A stone's throw from here, in the woods around Samine Pond.
Christ, that's right here under your nose.
I don't like going into them forests, to tell the truth. Even though they're nice and close, there's something not right about them. The game is often frightened. He uses that to his advantage. Maybe Miller Crazel knows something. The poacher operates near his mill, after all.
Good idea. I'll ask him. Thanks. I'll go and find him.
Good luck.
As far as how Istvan knew about Henry, it seems like Radzig told everyone. Because, like, Divish knew about Henry being his son, so did Hanish. Like, it feels like Radzig did not consider it to be too important of a secret to keep. I mean, and why would he? It's not really, like, that big of a deal. Lots of people had bastards, so not all that shocking. But, I imagine, yeah, like Weddy said, right at the beginning of the game when Ishtvan was at Skalitz, he must have told him there. I imagine there had to be some sort of a, organic reason, not just like, hey, guess what? That guy out there? Yeah, that's actually my bastard son. Fun fact. Look at this, we can actually sell all of the stuff we poached. Oh, I should have smoked it first. Whatever.
Let's talk about... Well, that's...
Hey, look at that.
Yes. I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
How did Hans know? I mean, he probably heard from Hanish, or maybe Radzig told him too. Anyway, what do we currently have? Let's put all this stuff on there. Oh, we don't want that. Alright, we don't have any of that. So, our current one is... It's optional to ask Miller Crazel about it. Otherwise, it's to find the poacher in the Lower Samine Forest. So... Okay, yes. Crazel's right there. I imagine this is the poacher's camp. Right there. So, we are right here. This one could be tricky. I'm going to ride down this road, cross over, climb up this hill and head straight that way. Once I come to this gorge, we'll know we're about halfway there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, heads on Lithuanian. It, clearly it wasn't that big of a secret for Radzig, because he seemed to tell pretty much everyone about it. I already forgot what my game plan was. I was going to... Yes, go down this road first, not cross right here. Wild World says, biggest things, in my opinion, is that in the free patch, enemies in the Kuttenberg region are going to be harder and merchants will have more gold. I like merchants having more gold. It's one of the things I've actually changed with a mod for this playthrough, is because it was real annoying. I thought it was a horrible change. I noticed it right away when I was playing the game before I even did my first impressions review, was that the switch over from a live and growing economy over to just static trader inventories was a horrible choice. I get that they want to control progression to make it so you can't just grind it super fast and get rich because it takes away some of the stakes of the game, but I like that. I like the ability to be able to control the economy how you see fit. Some people complain, oh, it's too easy to become rich. Well, then don't exploit it. That's up to you. You have the choice to either constantly be grinding out money or not. UV says, we need tougher enemies. Henry leveled up as OP. I saw, so Big Vad Vadoulier, the French researcher for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, he has a mod, or a series of mods that are like faction overhauls. They make it so that you run into people more frequently, and depending where you are in the maps, you're more likely to run into men-at-arms wearing the colors of that lord. So if you're in Malashov or whatever, they'd be wearing the Rutard colors. If you're in Sukdol, they're going to be wearing the Pizek colors, that type of thing. Mods like that, I think, help with the immersion a lot. But I also like the ones that, it was like, the roads are dangerous for the first game. Anything like that where it adds in more bandits and makes it more dangerous and makes it so you're more likely to be attacked at any given time. I always find that very entertaining. Also, I didn't answer it yet, but I saw the question before. Someone asked, what major city would you like other than Kuttenberg to be in the third game? Prague. Prague is the next logical step, in my opinion. Looks like we found camp, by the way. Whew. In the DLC, there's going to be a shield painter, too. Hopefully where we can make our own unique coat of arms. I'd like to be able to replicate my real-life coat of arms. Oh, why did I do that? I'm supposed to arrest him. Why did I stealth kill him? Guys, you're supposed to remind me of that type of thing. Oh, it's a bandit. It's not even a poacher. Well, hopefully there'll be another one. I think I remember there being multiple ones at this camp, so hopefully I'll be able to arrest one of them. Let me examine it. There it is.
This is definitely evidence.
Cracklins. Nice. Panther said, real life coat of arms? Yes, my family's coat of arms. From back before we were Americans. It's quite a while ago at this point. My family, at least where my namesake side of the family comes from, immigrated to Wisconsin in the year 1870. So we've been here for a long time. But prior to that, our most recent residence, because it's a German name, so, you know, a German family and everything. But our most recent residence prior to that was actually Bohemia.
You! Get out, now! I'm counting. Right, I'm going. Calm down. Well... Ah!
Why won't it let me punch him?
I'll sort you out nicely.
Fine, I'll kill him with my sword. Wild World says, to be honest, I want a city where a lot was going on historically. I'm not sure how much was going on in Prague during the time period. A lot. It was one of the largest metropolitan areas in Europe at the time. It had Prague University, which was probably the premier European university. I think Paris had a pretty big one at the time too. But a bunch of Hussite stuff went it. That's where Jan Hus preached, was in Prague. Lots of stuff happened there. So I would say historically, Prague is definitely the best setting if you want historical actions. That being said, if you're looking for Hussite military conflicts, a lot of that did take place in the Kuttenberg region, so... I want to arrest one of these guys.
Go to hell! Alert! To arms!
Maybe if I can beat him until he surrenders. Without killing him.
Mercy!
There we go. Now I can arrest him.
I surrender.
Hopefully I can arrest him at least.
Kill me, would you? Give me everything you have.
That's weird. Why wouldn't they give me the option to arrest
All
him?
right. Easy now. Just let me go and I'll give you everything.
Oh, I needed him anyway. He had the poacher's kit that I needed for evidence. Loose Bandit says, Pog T said, I'm in Wisconsin too. Exactly. Wisconsin's where it's at. Or at least it's where I'm at. Yeah, we've been here for quite some time. Man, that saddle is still stolen. That one did surrender Red Sparrow, but it didn't give me the option to arrest him. That's lame. I wanted to hang more people. But at least when they surrender and I talk to them, I get some extra speech XP, so it's all worth it in the end. Speaking of which, has my Fox potion run out? I probably should make sure I keep an eye on that. No, it hasn't. Look at that. We're still golden. What keybind is it to use the potions you have on your pouch? It's numbers. So if you have, like, I have Marigold Decoction set to 5, you just hold 5 until you take it, and boom. Same thing for, I have some dried wolf meat set to 6. So it doesn't even need to be potions. Homemade Meme says, Dare to Game, what do you think is the best legal way to make money, like, without stealing or anything? Looting. Going around and killing bandits, because that is legal. And, in the game, like, you don't get in trouble for that if they're actually bandits. And selling off their loot is the best way to make money.
Whoa, whoa.
Is there just a lady out here sweeping the forest floor? That's very strange. I feel like we kind of have to talk to her.
Lord be with you.
I'm Henry, Miller Crazel's new apprentice. He sent me to search for a niter pit, and said you might be able to help me with that.
Of course I will.
Panthers has no hangings? Boo.
Nice to meet you.
Bonnie. It's not a name I hear often.
It's not the name I was baptized with. In our
Joshua Hurtman said, is Henry's Fox mandatory for hardcore mode? Not mandatory, but it helps you with
That's
XP
why we
gains.
use nicknames. What should we call you?
Alright, guys. What are we going to be? The Butcher of Vranik? The Wolf of Skalitz? The Poet? Or Henry? I'm leaning towards the Butcher of Vranik, because it's like the Butcher of Blavkin. Red Sparrow's also from Australia. Loose Bandit says, I wish more games had KCD's combat. Playing the new Oblivion remaster makes me really love the combat system in KCD. That's the thing. Like I said, I've been enjoying the Oblivion remaster, and I think Oblivion's a very good game. But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is so much better that every second time playing Oblivion, even when I'm really enjoying it, and even when I'm having the nostalgia wash over me, I'm always thinking, man, I wish I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, as Yuvi said, the Fox just saves a lot of time grinding. Alright, we got 2 votes for the Wolf so far. You know what? We need a poll! What was it? Wolf of something? Butcher of Vranik. Wolf of Skalitz. Butcher of Vranik. Wolf of Skalitz. No, the last one was just Henry. And then the Poet. Alright, guys, there's a poll. Vote in it! Butcher of Vranik's definitely the most aggressive, but the Wolf of Skalitz works as well. So, I will abide by the results of the poll. Vaughan McCarrion says, it's almost like KCD2 was released 20 years after Oblivion. Exactly. That's the thing, is like, yes, the Oblivion remaster is very impressive considering it's a 20-year-old game that they basically just gave a facelift and, you know, updated some systems in it. But this game is so much newer, it's really hard to compare them. Not to mention that Kingdom Come Deliverance is like the perfect thing for me. It's set in the medieval period, but there's no magic at all. I like medieval fantasy games like the Elder Scrolls and like The Witcher and stuff like that, but I'm not a big magic guy. It doesn't really interest me that much. I find it usually cheapens stories. There's very few stories where I think magic is done well enough to the point where it doesn't take away from the story. Lord of the Rings is a great example of that because it has a super soft magic system that doesn't affect the vast majority of events. So you can't always just be like, well, why didn't this person just use magic or whatever? It's like Game of Thrones. There's magic all over the place. It starts out with very little, but then the dragons are in there, and there's blood magic, and there's curses, and there's all this sort of stuff that always comes up, and weird eldritch gods and all that sort of stuff that makes all of the medieval conflict seem a lot less meaningful. Whereas in Lord of the Rings, which is high fantasy, the magic is, it's there. Elves are magical. You know, they've got powers, but they're super nondescript. The Astari aren't really wizards. They're like angelic beings. But, you know, they've got powers. But it's not accessible for the vast majority of people. So it doesn't ever throw in the magical MacGuffin of why didn't Gandalf just fireball him to death or something like that, you know? But, so I prefer the medieval setting without magic. And that's another reason why, even if Elder Scrolls 6 is made and it's super modern and it's great and they change everything and it becomes a phenomenal game storytelling-wise, it's still going to have a bunch of magic and fantasy stuff in it, which means I'm automatically going to rank it lower than I would Kingdom Come Deliverance. Danielson says, damn, it's that good? Hogwarts 2. Hogwarts Legacy was relatively fun. It was the first magic-based game I've ever played where the magic didn't just feel like you were using a ray gun. So, like, that's my general feeling about, so, like, in Skyrim, the magic system in there is incredibly boring. It's a little bit better in Oblivion, but it's still not that much fun, because the spells don't feel like you're actually doing anything impressive. You know? You can't actually do anything all that impressive. You're basically, if you shoot some fire at someone, it does roughly the same damage or sometimes even less damage than just shooting them with an arrow. So it makes you wonder, why would anybody want to do the fire? I mean, other than the fact that you don't physically have to have anything with you. But, like, there's that. So if you take Hogwarts Legacy, that game, the magic in there was fast. You know, like, you could use it much faster than you can in most games, and there were things that you could do that made it feel like, okay, that's a really powerful spell, like the Transfiguration one, where you could just turn someone into an explosive barrel and then throw them at another person, and you could kill 2 people with that one. That's actually a pretty cool thing, you know? Alright, let's check out that poll. I think the Wolf of Skalitz might have taken it. Wolf of Skalitz has taken it with 50%. Red Sparrow's leaving. He says, good night, everyone, or have a good day. See you later, Red Sparrow. For me, it's 10:46 in the morning, so it's not quite nighttime yet. But thank you. Thanks for watching the stream. We'll see you later.
Actually, Crazel said you'd appreciate some herbs.
He's right there. Do you have some?
Exactly, Panther. I love the way the dwarves are handled, too. Because the magic is super light. Like, they themselves are magical beings. You know, they live a long time. They have, like, really good endurance against all sorts of different things, whether it's physical strain or, like, they aren't influenced by the ring, for example. Sauron's rings did not work on the dwarves. You know, they say that they maybe made him greedier or whatever, and that led to their downfall because of dragons, but it wasn't actually the rings themselves. They didn't get turned into wraiths. It's just, Lord of the Rings handles magic very well, which is one of the reasons I like it so much.
He did.
Homemade Meme says, I think Markvart von Aulitz is one of the best antagonists in gaming, apart from maybe Dutch from Red Dead Redemption 2. I love the way Markvart's story went in this game. It was perfectly handled. If you miss the scene at the end where you can have like a 15-minute conversation with Markvart, that is such a loss to the experience, because that cutscene is one of the best cutscenes I've ever seen in a game. And you guys may know this, considering I run a gaming channel on YouTube. I've played a lot of games, you know. And when I tell people that my top 3 games are Kingdom Come Deliverance, The Witcher 3, and Red Dead 2, they say, yeah, whatever, everybody likes those games. Yeah, but I've played hundreds of games. And not just casually, like, I've covered them in depth. I've looked for every little thing. I've analyzed and tore apart the stories. I've done all that. So, you know, I've got that.
I need to know how it is with that saltpeter. Nothing else.
Whatever you say. Before you came, and before Zenek fucked up with the manuscript.
Out of the Great said, Wisconsin is on CST. I thought it was EST. No, we're definitely CST, Central Standard Time.
If you're
Certain.
that's don't
Crazy. And he also. Jeez.
I realized I'm not that interested in this conversation. I would like to just get done with it so I can get back to the Poacher quest.
Farewell, sir.
Only reason I participated in it once I realized who she was because some people did comment that they wanted me to do the Miller quest line. Even if we don't use it to go to the wedding, they still want to see it in the stream. So, that aside, let's get back to the actual content. The poaching missions. Well, poaching and bandit hunts. Yeah, the scene with Markvart is great. It is fantastically done. I also like the crash out scene with Sigismund at the end where he gets all the bad news all at once. That's also great, but for different reasons. The one with Markvart adds a lot of nuance and emotion and all that sort of stuff to it, as well as some good historical context. The one with Sigismund is just so funny because it explains why he left. He had, well, it's implied, and, you know, history has suggested that Jobst of Moravia was responsible for the guy declaring himself king in Hungary. Like, that's what he was working on, because he knew that all he had to do was draw Sigismund away.
You!
Look, it's Hornet. We can learn something from him.
Who's this that chance has brought my way? I'm Peter, but everyone calls me Hornet.
I'm Henry, Skalitz.
Forgive me, but you don't look much like a nobleman.
Don't
I
I?
am not.
It's just when you say of Skalitz, it has a noble ring to it.
Well, it's just my way of saying I'm not from these parts. Besides, my name doesn't hold a candle to yours, Hornet. How did you come by such a
I like how he says I don't look like a nobleman as I walk up
My
in
opponents say the blows I give them
pristine,
are right
full plate
stingers.
armor.
Want to see for yourself?
You roam the world challenging random passers-by to duels.
Exactly.
Is that how you make a living?
Ah, no, not like that. I move from village to village, and people pay me for whatever they happen to need. Sometimes I'm asked to lug some stuff. Other times I guard a caravan.
He's basically us.
Occasionally, I get to intimidate wretches who refuse to pay their debts. As long as I'm getting paid.
You enjoy scaring people in debt, huh?
I agree, Darius Brewster.
That doesn't come in.
The way that, you know, he talks about his family and how he loves them and horses and all that sort of stuff. They humanize him so well in that scene. I love that they added that in. Because my main complaint with the first game was that it was told, and it's only a minor complaint because it's a game made by Czechs for the Czech people. Like, it makes sense that it's from a Czech-centric point of view. But historically speaking, the rest of the world does not see it that way. Most of the world's history sees Wenceslaus as a worthless king that should have never been king, that caused a lot of damage to the HRE, and Sigismund as a much more capable leader and a more just ruler. And so I like the way that they tell the story, because it's a Czech company doing it. I like them being able to tell their story. But historically speaking, Mark Fart probably wasn't a bad guy. You know, or like any more so than anybody else. You know, he was a nobleman at the time, so he was probably much like most of the other noblemen at the time. Homemade Meme says, "Congrats on 100k subscribers. That's more people than it sounds. Even the third most populated city in Wisconsin only has 105k people." I've thought of that multiple times with the subscribers. The town, my hometown, the one that I live nearby, has about 5,000 people in it. So 100k is a lot. Internet numbers get confusing quite often. You know, people will see, oh, well, this person has 100 million subscribers, so 100k is not that much. It depends on your context. We should have him teach us something, since we need the XP.
Win, you take the money. If I win, you teach me.
I can tell you how to improve your stamina. How about that?
Stamina.
That's my wager.
Ha! I can't wait.
Yes, Panther, and spectacles. He attacked before I even had my sword out. One time. Whitey says, I'm doing the quest via Argentum and the devs didn't script if you spare little Neri. Someone mentions he's his cousin, by the way. That's interesting.
Stretching your body a bit. Then you won't strain your muscles as often. This may sound like cheap advice, but it's not something that should be underestimated.
I'll bear that in mind. Thanks.
To be fair, Sigismund didn't lose to the Turks. The French lost to the Turks. The Christian forces would have won that crusade if the French had not screwed it up like they screw up pretty much everything. I covered that in several videos. I think I made a video about the Battle of Nicopolis where I talked about the whole battle in detail. And then recently I also made a video talking about how, historically speaking, Sigismund was actually not the bad guy by most standards. And some people did not like that video. But is what it is. JH says, it's okay, I'm here now. You can start the stream. Well, good, we've been waiting forever. Took you long enough, man. We should go up and see. It's insane. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've been to... I'm trying to think of the biggest... I mean, obviously Lambeau Field holds a lot of people. But I've never been there when it was full. I've been to Lambeau Field, but I've never been there, like, for a Packer game. I was at Lucas Oil Stadium once, and that was full, and I think that held, like, 50 or 60,000 people, and that was a crazy amount of people to see all in one area at one time. It definitely is. Like I said, internet numbers make people think that it's less significant than it is. That guy there has a sleeveless green and white Waffenrock. I wish I had that. Hey, look, there's Gills. History Republic says, I would love if a studio could tackle the period of late antiquity, but the only game franchise I could think of that dealt with the subject is Total War. Why won't Gills talk to me? I've played a lot of Total War. I have not played... I think the last new one I played was the Thrones of Britannia, one of their... Why won't it let me talk to him? Must not have been enough time. One of their sub-franchise ones, you know, where it's a smaller version or whatever. I played a lot of Rome 2. I loved Medieval. Medieval 2, I should say. But that was a long time ago. Three Kingdoms. Okay, that's the... I was gonna say that's the most modern one that I played for one of their mainline releases. I would... Warhorse Studios, I think... I mean, I don't know. It's hard to translate, because the medieval period, it's easier to tell those small, personal stories. Like, you can have big... large scope things going on, but you know, you can more easily focus on a person like Henry. I don't know how well that would translate into the ancient period. It would probably still be really good. If Warhorse made it with the same effort, I think they could make a historical game set in any period, covering any topic, and it would probably be pretty dang good. You know, they specialize at this because, like I said, they're a Czech company. And so it's perfect for them. But I think they could probably do a good job making pretty much anything. Homemade Memes says, goodbye, have to go. I won't get any sleep already. It's 2 a.m. Well, good night. Hopefully it was worth staying up. Out of the Great says, have you played the 1212 AD mod for Attila Total War? I have not. I played... I think it might be made by the same people, a mod similar to that for Mountain Blade Bannerlord. I think they were the same team that made that one. But no, I have not done too much modding in Total War. I pretty much just play the vanilla games. Every once in a while I'll do gameplay mods, but I haven't done any total overhaul mods.
Oh, whoa.
Panther says, honestly, kind of curious about the other Total War games. I got into Warhammer games, and now I'm interested in historical ones. Ah, see, the Warhammer ones never interested me. I've only ever played the historical ones. Rome 2 is obviously, I think it's probably their most iconic one, but Attila is also really iconic.
I found those poachers, like you asked.
Hard to say.
Poachers? More than one?
Yeah, a whole band of them. And not just poachers.
How'd you figure?
From the way they were armed to the teeth. Their camp is a little to the south of the pond. It's full of loot.
Somewhere by the rocks? But that's damn close. Got any proof they're there?
I found this on them.
Typical. The fuckers know what they're doing.
This lot weren't willing to listen to reason. So I dealt with them. They won't be doing any more poaching.
Blimey. You took them on all by yourself? Well, you saved me having to persuade Bailiff Thrush to send the Troskovitz garrison after them.
Are you going to finally tell me about the ghost?
Aye, I will. I need you to catch him. This ghost fella is a poacher too. But he ain't like any other poacher we've had, I can tell you.
Where should I look for him?
That bastard is poaching between my patch and Vostatek's. He knows it's the least patrolled area, since we don't quite know which one of us is responsible for it. You just need to head north a bit from Trotsky Castle.
To the north of the castle? Any idea where I should start?
You can start at the crossroads, northeast of the castle. Search the rocks there. Like I says, us huntsmen don't go there much, so we don't know the area.
Do you want me to send him to the gallows?
Exactly. If he ain't already wolf food or ain't armed to the teeth.
What else can you tell me about him? Why do you think he's different than the other poachers?
He's one big mystery, that bastard. He's a damn good hunter. Every shot hits the mark. A real archery master. On the other hand, he leaves a right mess. And the way he guts the animals is shoddy. I ain't sure if he does it on purpose or he's just sloppy.
Sounds like he could be a huntsman out for revenge.
Nobody's taking revenge on me, that's for sure. But I don't know if Vostatek cursed anyone during a moment of weakness. But it's true, there's a lot that suggests this ghost ain't local.
I'll get on it then.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
This is one of the twists that I figured out right away in my first playthrough. I was doing this and I was like, I think I know who the ghost is. I'm sure a lot of people probably did too, but I talked to some people, they were like, I did not see it coming, and I was like, I saw it coming immediately. It was even before I started hearing the details where they were like, this ghost, he's a really good huntsman. I was like, I bet you it's Capon. Alright, let's, we're here. We've already stumbled across his poaching lair once. It's right there. So let's ride up to Trotsky and we'll take it from there. That's probably the easiest way to navigate this one. Vagan Macarian says, I overate and now I feel disgusted by my own gluttony. Not in KCD, in real life. It happens to the best of us. Gluttony is one of those sins, it's of the deadly sins that is probably the easiest for the average person to fall victim to. If we put it that way. Because it's, we like the things that we like, you know? And food is, we're naturally ordered to liking food and drink. But when we take it to excess, a lot of times we'll have that feeling of disgust. I've done that. Portion control is something that I try to focus on these days. And, you know, you'll have that plate for dinner. And it's something you really like, you know? Let's say you're a big fan of spaghetti and meatballs. And so you have that first plate of spaghetti and meatballs and you're like, that was delicious. And inside you know, okay, I could stop now. Like, I don't need to eat anymore, I'll be fine. That was enough. But there's that other voice that says, yes, but there's a bunch left over in the pot. And I could easily eat another plate of that. And so you stuff it down and then that's when the disgust and the guilt and the shame comes in. Shapur II is here and he says, yo, what's up? We're working on catching the ghost. We did one bandit mission so far. We took out Canker and we've been doing poacher missions for the huntskeeper or the huntsman at Nabokov since then. So we're finally on to go find the ghost, who most of us know who it is. History Republic says, medieval period seems easier to adapt because of the type of warfare, because most battles weren't on the field and it was full of skirmishes and sieges, so you don't need to fight in formations. Exactly. Like I said, the medieval setting as a whole lends itself very well to this type of personal game, where you're an individual and you can have stories focused on you, and it feels very organic. When you're just one person out of a battle of 100,000 or something like that, it's much less realistic for it to be like you were a big impactful part of that battle. Alright, here's Trotsky. We just rode past this gate, so we're right here. So all we gotta do is keep riding forward along this kind of edge and we should be able to find it fairly easily. Darius Brewster said, are you using Gob Shield? We have not gotten to Johnny the Gob yet. All we've done for the bandits so far is Canker, so we've gotten Canker's mace.
They're gonna cut down the old oak tree at the crossroads.
But that's all we've done. Joshua Herbert said, by the way, the somnambulant perk, can you prevent sleepwalking if you close the door? You cannot. I've tried that. It does. You don't do it every time, but you do it a lot of times. The good news is, so far, when it's happened to me, it's only been really inconvenient like twice. Other than that, okay, we found a hut. So whose hut is this? Other than that, it's been like, I'll go to sleep at Miller Krazel's and I'll wake up at the inn over by Jelyov. Okay, we just passed a hut, so we should probably find out where that hut is. Camp by the road. Is that the camp we just passed? I feel like that must be the camp that we just rode nearby when they said they're gonna burn down the old what's-it-not. So let's turn this way. I could be navigating incorrectly, but we found it on accident once, so how hard could it be to find it again? Is this the edge of the map? Okay, no, we were just stuck.
Quick.
Here's that goofy-looking tree. Oh, good. We found a roe hunting spot. That'll tell us where we are. Here? Boy, we really went out of the way.
Ooh.
You gotta go back up towards these rocks. I keep looking off screen to read comments. I remember the camp being by some rocks, but that doesn't help too much. Ha! We found it real quick anyway. Eyebright enters the chat. Make sure you take the book from the forest gym. Strength book, second one, I think. Where did it go? Jade said, but Capon isn't actually good at anything. He lost in a simple duel to a peasant in my game. Yeah, I mean...
This is a poacher's lair, for sure.
I like how we can see Hans Capon sitting there, and Henry still says that. This is a poacher's lair, for sure, but where's the poacher? Yeah, where is the poacher?
Henry?
Sir Hans! What are you doing here?
Don't shout. Come here.
Sir Hans, I'm here hunting poachers, and I come across you.
Henry! I never expected you here.
I was sent here by the Nebakov gamekeeper. He said there are poachers here, and I don't have to be King Solomon to figure out who the poacher is, do I? Oh, Jesus! You couldn't choose something different? There's all sorts of ways to make money.
Now hold your horses. How else are we supposed to get some coin quickly so we don't have to go around looking like beggars?
By honest work? This is very risky.
Look, no one found me here until you turned up. And you're only here because you're doing some terribly noble deed again and helping out old grannies in distress. And this is how it turns out.
Are you fucking serious? There are plenty of ways you could earn money. Why poaching of all things?
I've always been good at hunting. Remember how we went hunting together the first time? I really showed you up, didn't I?
As I recall, it was the other way around.
What rot! I'll make a pile of coins selling this game. And then, that idiot on the gate will finally believe we're not beggars. He'll be laughing on the other side of his face when we turn up in our finery. And it's a much better way than your idiotic idea with the forge.
You know very well that poaching is a serious crime.
Ah, but this is an exceptional situation. We're messengers. It's only through unfortunate circumstances that we ended up like this. If von Berghoff knew about it, he wouldn't even regard it as poaching. Besides, he'd never leave an honoured guest and a noble to go hungry.
You do know that if they caught you, von Berghoff would never even hear of it.
Henry, you've got to look at it in the broader perspective.
Jesus. And what are you doing with the game you hunt?
Thanks to my bargaining skills, I've got to deal with an excellent trader in Troskowitz.
And you realise that this trader of yours could snitch on you if he's in a corner? Or just for the reward?
My trader is reliable.
Maybe, but someone might see you together.
That's not going to happen. We're careful.
The gamekeeper wants to get rid of poachers around here, and I promise to help him do it.
Well, that's awkward for you, isn't it? Any idea what you're going to tell him?
Well, have you? Surely you don't expect me to tell him I didn't find anyone?
Why the hell not? You just found some abandoned camp, no? It's a stroke of luck that he sent you, eh?
You have to stop doing it. We can't risk you getting found out. Maybe just by chance.
And have you any better idea of how we get to the castle? Eh? Look at the state of yourself. No matter how you dress up, you still have straw sticking out of your boots. With my plan, we'd have at least some chance.
And what am I supposed to tell the gamekeeper now?
I don't know. Make something up. Maybe you found the poacher and he didn't want to surrender. He attacked you and you beat him. And that's that.
You have to cooperate at least a bit, though. But if the gamekeeper is to believe me, the poaching has to stop. I can't convince him the problem is solved if the game keeps disappearing.
You're saying I have to find some other way of making coin on account of this brilliant idea of yours?
You have to. Because the first thing the gamekeeper will do is to send guards here from Troskowitz. And then he'll send for me. Because he'll find out I lied to him.
Oh, Christ, Henry. Well, I've already made a bit of coin and I can do something with it. And I can still keep going to the woods. Well, it's time for a change. Go and convince that gamekeeper you keep going on about. And I'll find something else to do.
Oh, and the gamekeeper will want to see some proof that I found the poacher and dealt with him. Got anything?
I could give you my equipment. It'd be pretty hard to survive without it, but...
To poach without it?
Yeah, that's settled then.
All right.
I wish they would have coded in that if you show up dressed in like a nice full suit of plate armor or high charisma clothing or something like that, Hans would be like, "Whoa, how did you get that? What have you been doing?" or whatever, or like ask you for some money. That would have been more immersive. You guys said there's a strength book here? Or is it somewhere else that's nearby? Panther said, "Dang, imagine getting shit-talked for being noble." I mean, it definitely fits Hans's character at this point. Headsound Lithuanian says, "And this traitor snitched him at LMFAO." Yeah, that's the thing. In the end, he gets caught for it anyway. Jean Cartier says, "Reuniting Sir Arrogant at last." Yeah, but only for a couple seconds. We still have until the wedding before it becomes permanent. Joshua Hartnett said, "Henry's still better dressed than Capon at this point." Hell yeah, look at our drip. We're looking awesome. Oops, I hit the wrong button. We look great. That's a solid suit of armor. And our charisma's at 22. And we're not even clean or anything. And we have a lot of loot on us again. Straw out of my boots. I already made a bit of the coin. Yeah, I have almost 30,000 groschen on me. There should be a point, if you have that much money when you come, you can be like, "Hans, I've got the coin. You don't need to do this." I mean, it would screw up the story, but if they put this in here for us to find him beforehand, I feel like they should have added in a, nearby here in the Woodland Gym. Are we sure it's not something I've already found? Where's the Woodland Gym? Guess we're nearby to the hidden treasure. So if I go up and over this, I could go to the hidden treasure. Yeah, exactly. Like, if Henry's got 30,000 groschen on him, he should be like, "Hans, here's 1,000 groschen. Just go buy yourself some new clothes." You know? It would be a sweet power move for Henry to make, and it would give us an opportunity to hear Hans be flabbergasted by the fact that Henry is better at surviving in the world than he is. Hans is a fail girl archetype. Hans deserved being executed. I love how everybody just frickin' hates Hans.
Whoa, whoa.
The gym is next to that nearby bandit camp. Is it the one we're at now? Alright, let's see if we can't take some more stealth kills. Was this that camp that we had so much trouble with early in the stream? No, I'm not yanking your pistol. That would have been much more impressive if I would have hit him with it. Alright, I'll switch over to my sword.
I'll beat you to a bloody old fucker.
You don't think Hans would take it? I think he would take the groschen. I totally think he would. He's definitely very entitled, so there's an entire chance that he might even take it and be like, "Well, it's about time you did something useful," or something like that. And, I don't think he would pass up on it. He would probably question how he would, like, accuse Henry of stealing it or something to, like, cover for the fact that Henry made more money than he did or something like that. But I don't think he would be too proud to take it. He would just find a way to diminish Henry's achievement outside of that. You said it's Casper's camp? Zeus is unfortunately still suffering from game crashes during the Fifth Commandment quest. So that is unfortunate. You said Casper. You think it's Casper's camp, and it's in North Apollonia. That's where we are now? Is Casper's camp? I mean, it's not far from where we were. Alright. Let's transfer some loot again. Well, horse is all filled up, so we're gonna have to take care of our loot. But we did finish this one, so we might as well head back to, what do you call it? Oh, plus we don't need a strength book, remember? We've already maxed out strength. I mean, it would still be good for it would be good for leveling up scholarship, but I feel like we're getting high on scholarship too. Oh, we have perk points to use. Into the Fury. Final stretch. Final stretch. Survival. Oh, we're almost done with survival too. Yes, where were we? Scholarship is what I was going to look at? Yeah, we're at 26 already on scholarship, so we definitely want more books, but we don't have too many more levels to go on that one. Marksmanship. We're doing good with marksmanship, too. Ooh, and agility. We had a whole bunch of perk points to use. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's right. We should stop by and pay Bojena. JH said, the most annoying crash I had was during the crossbow tournament in Kuttenberg. Apparently, if you're crouched during the shooting, the game crashes every time. That did not happen to me, but I wasn't crouching. Music for Life said, DTG, do you think not seeing your health bar makes you less panic in a fight? I guess I don't know. I've never thought about it. I know that once or twice it's gotten me unexpectedly killed, not having a health bar, but I guess it's also possible that I just don't panic that much in a fight anyway. You know, because I've been playing the game so much. But I have not been panicking, so it's definitely possible that it's having a positive effect. History Republic says, it's funny how getting so close to his death changed Hans for the better for the rest of the game and he becomes more responsible. I think that it makes sense that they did it that way. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, this is the way down to Troskowitz. I think it was a good choice for them to make, to have that be the thing that humbles Hans. Because him being arrogant and annoying would not have worked. I mean, it would have worked if they wanted Hans to be Henry's enemy by the end of the game, but he's so annoying at the beginning of the game. And he's I don't have a problem with it, because if you think about it timeline-wise, the whole period of the whole events of the first game was not a very long period of time. So, like, it would probably be unrealistic for Hans and Henry to actually be real close. But I feel like there was a mutual respect there already at the end of the first game. Whoa. And so it sometimes feels like he should have treated Henry better than he does at the beginning of this game. But he definitely treats him like more genuine after the whole, you know, almost getting hanged thing. Oh boy, we already had a lot of stuff on us. Wow. Really underestimate how much that horse carries. Gumby Scout said, are you going to be a stinky human paragon by the time you get to Kuttenberg, i.e. maxed out on mostly everything? So far, we've been maxing out. We've been leveling up a lot. Headsound Lithuanian says, Henry didn't change it. I think I pace myself more since I can't see the stamina bar, and that is good in a fight. Well, so it depends. It depends what type of weapon you're using in the game. Certain weapons are definitely much better for an aggressive playstyle. Swords, like especially long swords, are very well suited for a balanced combat style. So you can play them aggressively, and sometimes that'll work, but you can also very effectively play them defensively. Whereas, like, with blunt weapons, it's definitely better to be aggressive, because they do not do nearly as well on on the back foot. Alright, let's see how much money we can get for all the level 2 and level 1 stuff that we picked up on that little loot run. It's just funny how quickly you build up loot in this game if you actually keep things. Because I know I had people, like, I released that video where I showed the best clothing and armor and weapons that you can get in the first area of the map prior to the wedding. And there was a bunch of people who commented, you can't get any of these things in the first region of the map. They don't exist there. They do. They do exist there. You just didn't get them. This is how you get them, you know?
I'd like to do something.
Well,
What would you...
we're getting very well. Glad to be of help to you, sir.
You don't have this damn I'm gonna die moment. Yeah, it definitely has, I would say it definitely has an effect. I don't know exactly what it is, just because I haven't given it much thought, but not being able to see the health bar, I guess basically I just rely on screen cues, you know, if I'm seeing blood or anything like that, I know, okay, I'm in danger. Hey, Shakespeare's buddy's in. He said, the devs said yesterday in their Twitch stream that they're going to rebalance combat in patch 1.3 in May. Black hole looking pockets. I guess to a certain extent, yes, our pockets are unrealistically large, but at least it slows us down. Alrighty. We'll just sell that and then the crude stuff. The only arrows and bolts I don't keep are the crude ones, because they're basically useless to use. The normal ones aren't great either, but I'd rather have some saved up, just in case. Alright, none of these are capons, so I can get rid of them all right away.
I'd like to just... Wow. That's not... Aye. Thank you, sir. And come again.
Now you have to use a club for the rest of the game and only Master Strike with it. Yeah, exactly. As Yuvi said, so Yuvi says you can get lots of things people don't suspect in the first map. Magdeburg armor pieces or 200 damage bows are possible. They're on mercenaries randomly. Then there are guns in some of the carts. Yeah, we've already gotten a gun at this point in the story. We ambushed a caravan and got a level 3 pistol. Like, you can get, in the first region of the map, depending how much time you spend, you can get lots of stuff that people don't think you can. But like you said, it's random mercenaries or traveling merchants for random encounters or, you know, loot from missions like we're doing here. There's lots of ways to get things, and people think if you can't buy it at a store, it doesn't exist, you know? It's just rare. I mean, every time you talk to that guy who calls you Hans, that trader guy, he has different stuff in his inventory every single time. So you just trade with him different times and you get your hands on different things. I mean, I'm only keeping the level 3 stuff in this playthrough, as you guys have been seeing. And you can see how much stuff we've already managed to stockpile. As well as, you know, a lot of coin. I guess I could keep those. I like having, even if I'm not using them all the time, I like having the potions in my chest, just in case. So that way I don't need to, you know, craft one every single time I need a Buck's Blood potion or something.
Word about...
See if we can get 1,000 for this.
You won't. I can.
Yay, we got 1,000. Still over encumbered, all with the level 3 stuff that we're keeping, though. Darius Brewster says, how can you find Magdeburg armor? Carts? I think it's mostly like mercenaries that you'll come across. So there's mercenaries and noblemen that you'll just randomly come across riding on the side of the road, and a lot of times they will have good stuff. So like we took out one early in this, not today's stream, but you know, this stream series. We took out a nobleman on the side of the road who, he had some fancy clothing on him, but nothing too special. But his horse had a pretty good saddle. It had noble's horseshoes. It had, you know, it was just good tack that most people probably think you can't get in the first map. But like I said, just because it doesn't have a set store location doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The game is predicated on random encounters, and yeah, a lot of the mercenaries that you'll run into will have surprisingly good equipment. And of course, like everyone's saying, the caravans are the way to go. If you want to get high-level loot in the first region of the map, you just wait until you see one of the more well-protected caravans and you ambush that. Yes, it's dangerous, because a lot of times they have 5 to 7 armed guards, but the guards themselves will have halfway decent gear on them, and then the chest on the caravan oftentimes will have high-level stuff. Like I said, I think it was the first day's stream, we ended up getting a level 3 pistol from one of them. I think we finally got a level 3 male collar for the first time in this playthrough.
Good day, sir. Excellent.
Did we have anything we had to sell this guy? I don't think we did, because I think we sold it all at the general store.
Nothing to your liking, sir.
Vagan McCarran says, sorry for not chatting much. I'm preoccupied by playing the game myself. No worries at all. I understand entirely. If I was watching the stream and playing the game, I'd be focused entirely on playing the game. That's one of the weaknesses I have when I'm streaming, is that oftentimes I'll get distracted by the game I'm playing, you know, because I'm streaming a game I genuinely enjoy, and then I will not say anything for a while. Alright, let's get our extra potions that we don't need in here. Keep our savior schnapps. In fact, we should save after this. All these materials weighing us down. And then what was in here? Armor's kit that we don't need on us. Marksman's kit we don't need on us. These 2 dice. These badges. Yeah, we have not played any dice yet in this playthrough. Alright, let's save. And then we have to go talk to the guy, the huntsman at... We're getting tired, but I don't want to sleep until night. Jade said, I kind of wish the horseshoes would wear down. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It would definitely help for realism. And it would make so that, like, finding one pair of the racing horseshoes didn't, like, you're like, okay, done and dusted. Never need to worry about my horseshoes again. Darius Brewster said, I've been looking for a pistol from a cart for a couple of days, but no luck. Even save scammed and tried to repick locks. Yeah, I got it on that first one. I don't know if you were there when I ambushed that caravan, but I got it on the very first caravan I ambushed. Maybe we leveled up our horsemanship again. Yuvi said, what weapon do we use? I use a 4th level Bacillard at the Siege. I don't know of anything better. You can find the scheme at the Trotsky Cave. Yeah, if you're talking about one you can craft. Currently, I have the common longsword. I crafted a Henry level variant of that, and I've been using it just because I like using the longsword. If you want to go one-handed weapons... Oh! Whoa. Here's our Riddle Master.
Do my eyes deceive?
I think this is our 4th time. Alright guys, if you remember the answer, make sure you share it in the chat.
The very same. And I have a new riddle.
I'm curious to hear what you have up your sleeve today.
I'll tell you. But
Need a drink.
We have to decide what's at stake. You solved the last riddle, and I lost the bet. Let me try my luck again.
Alright.
Alright. Let's bet. Tell me what your riddle is then.
Listen close. A bailiff has 12 men join up for service one day. The bailiff was glad, but soon discovered that he didn't have enough gear for them in the armory. So those 12 men filed onto the square for the next morning's roll call. 6 of them were wearing body armor, 4 had helmets. Only 3 of them wore both a helmet and body armor. Now, tell me, how many men were unlucky enough not to have either a helmet or armor?
I am not gonna lie, I was reading chat messages for the first 2 lines of the riddle, so I'm not sure. Joshua Hartnott says 5 men if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody know for sure if it's 5? Because I know that's on me, but I don't remember what the total is. Okay, Yuvi says 5, Shakespeare's Buddy says 5. That's 3. You guys are making me fairly confident. I could listen to the whole riddle again, but I don't want to. Jade says tell me the riddle again. I don't really want to listen to the riddle again. We got 3 people for 5. I'll get the first line.
Can you repeat it for me?
A bailiff has
12 men join up a service for one day.
The bailiff was glad, but soon
he didn't have enough gear.
So those 12 men filed. 6 of them were
6 had body armor, 4 had helmets, and only 3 of them wore both.
A helmet and body armor. Now, tell me, how many men were unlucky enough not to have either a helmet?
Yeah, I think it would be 5 because he said there were 12 total. 6 had helmets and 3 head body armor. No, crap, it was 6 and
5. You're right.
I just went with the chat. I was missing it in my head. I was like, for some reason I'm not solving this very simple algebraic formula in my head. Alright, let's learn something new.
I'd be glad to hear more of your wisdom.
So what's it to be this time? The art of drink.
Drinking, of course.
I want to hear about the drinking.
The best cure for a hangover is a good, strong...
Gumby Scout, do you even need the money if you get it wrong? No, but I like progressing through it.
You look... If it's... I can... I'm a... Me.
Alright. Right. Oh, I burped a little bit there. We could ambush that caravan on our way, because I saw as we pulled up to that, there was a caravan pulling through. They might be stopped up at this camp. Oh, they're stopped right here. That's pretty close. Maybe I could just sneak up and rob the chest. Because a lot of times, if you just follow them for a little bit, they stop somewhere, and then you don't actually have to kill anyone. If you're sneaky enough, you can just rob them. Well, and providing you have a... you were able to lockpick them. Come on, you. There we go. Alright, ash hunting bow, heavy crossbow, hunter's belt. Nothing too impressive, but we did already lockpick it, so we might as well take it. See, that was not a particularly impressive caravan. But it did have a couple things in it. Heavy crossbow, at least. That's pretty high level. Alright. Let's get going, horsey. Shakespeare Buddy said we'd never steer you wrong. Yeah, so far you guys have had the right answer each time we did a riddle, so... UV said 480 damage crossbow that you should not get here in theory, not in a store. Yeah, like I said, if you count it as the only things that exist in an area are the things that you can get at a store, like a lot of people seem to say, yes, then you should not be able to get that in this area. Alright, let's zip on over to finish off the Poacher's one, and then I would think we've probably spent enough time that we should be able to do the next Bandit one. If not, we're gonna have to sleep anyway, so... we'll wait until it's dark enough so that we can sleep until morning. That's the only unfortunate thing about letting it get to the point where Henry's actually already getting tired, is that if it's in the middle of the day and you sleep, then you're awake at night, so you have to wait even longer, and it's tricky. But Vagan Macarian says, this is a high IQ chat. Well, of course it is. You have to have a high IQ to watch my streams. If you didn't have a high IQ, you wouldn't be here. And if you're not here, that incidentally means you don't have a high IQ. That's one of those double-edged swords. Robbing the poor to give to the rich. Nice. I mean, the caravan was probably not owned by a poor person. Just because we're rich doesn't mean we're taking from someone that isn't also rich. Whoa, Nelly. Okay. Yeah, should have seen that coming. I'll get down to the bottom and then I'll whistle for my horse. That way I don't have to try getting back on at the top of a hill. I should probably give this horse a bath. He's looking kind of grubby.
Quick!
Do you think we're in the right spot? Normally when I do this off-roading stuff, I end up at... yeah, that's funny. We're at Canker's camp again. We get funneled into this exact little thing each time we come through here. Jade says, that's why you had to mod the merchants to actually have money. Oh, well. Yeah, well, I guess that's fair. Do the merchants usually run caravans, though, or is it for some nobleman?
Whoa.
This game requires a lot of IQ.
Good day to you.
We'll need to play it effectively.
You don't have to worry about the last poacher either anymore. But it was one hell of a job, I can tell you.
Really? Go on. Where was he?
North of Trotsky. He had a small camp there. Below a cliff. Just like you said.
I'm sure he realized there wasn't any point resisting. What did you do with him?
I had to kill him.
Why did you have to?
That fella wasn't keen on being arrested. The first thing he did was draw a hunting knife on me. He's done for, in any case.
Got any proof?
I found this gear on him. He probably used it to make traps, and some tongs as well. Probably for pulling out teeth and that.
Look how well kitted out them poaching vermin are. I see why he didn't want to just pack it in. He had a good thing going there. Good work. Here's your reward.
Thanks. That's a generous reward.
We don't have any more poachers, so take it as a parting gift from us huntsmen. It'll be a long time before any more of the arseholes turn up in the Trosky forests. You sent out a clear signal what they can expect. Well, you can take a look at my bows if you want, and in return for your help, I'll take a bit off the usual price. Don't use it for poaching, though.
That's not a bad idea, you know.
Don't even think about it.
No, of course not. Thanks.
I'll tell Vostatek to do the same. But just between you and me, better buy one from me. Bows soaked in spirits aren't very hard wearing.
I love that. He's like, just don't do any poaching. He's like, haha, I might. And he's like, don't. It's funny. Especially considering I do a lot of poaching. Darius Brewster says, tried to get my big brother to play this game because he only plays sports games like 2K and he hated LOL skill issue. So far, I've gotten a lot of people to play it through like YouTube and stuff. What the heck? I couldn't repair things here? Huh, weird. Could I repair things? Oh, it must be him that repairs things. Come on, talk to me. There you go. Talk to me, Goose. There we go. I've got a lot of people to try the game, but recently I got one of my cousins to try the first game, and he liked it, but he complained about it being clunky and all that sort of stuff. But then I got another one of my cousins to try the second game, this one here, and he loves it. He said he plays a lot of games and stuff, and he said, honestly, it's better than most of the big games. Oh, look at that. We're actually... Yeah, it'll be 6 in the morning if we sleep now. Let's eat before we sleep so we don't use up all of our energy in the morning. Wolf meat sure doesn't give you too much nourishment. Oh, now we're sleepy. Alright. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll somnambulate over to Samine. We don't have any more poachers, he says, looking at the worst poacher of all. Yes, Andre Louise, that is... Ah, look at that, we didn't even somnambulate. That's arguably true. I'm sure in this playthrough already I've killed a lot more wild animals than any of the other poachers have, or all of them combined. Alright, we don't need to watch.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Alright, let's ride up and go to Samine. I would think that we've been long enough we should be able to do the next bandit mission. If not, we'll have to do Mutt, but I'm hoping we can do the bandit one first, and then we can do Mutt and maybe one other side quest, and then we can do the next bandit one. When they're spaced out several days apart, you know, you gotta make sure you plan your interim activities accordingly. Shakespeare Buddy says, is the dragon saddle still in the attic of the building just to the east of where you're at? I'm not sure. How do you sleepwalk down a ladder? I guess that's fair. Maybe we didn't somnambulate because we were up on the second story and the only way down was through a ladder. Joshua Hartnett says, Shakespeare's Buddy, no, the dragon saddle is no longer at Nabokov Mill, it's been changed. Well, we currently have a pretty sweet, we got the Krakowian saddle, which is just as good as the dragon saddle, or at least it's close. Plus, it looks sweet matching the rest of our horse tack. Vaughan McCarran says, where the hell is Old after the wedding? I kept him alive and didn't stitch on him. Lord Samine wanted me to apologize to him a long time ago. Yeah, I've never been able to find him after the wedding either. I mean, I think if you go there with the Burgrave and you do that whole thing, maybe you can find him that way. But, I don't know.
Whoa.
We need a horse bath. Oh, the guy's not out here yet because it's too early in the day. I could take the gear off and wash it,
Catch me in deep
but
water again. My shoulder still hurts from the last time.
Yuvi says Old is in the Kuttenberg area. Is he really? Where is he in the Kuttenberg area? I've never found him there. Alright, let's get a horse bath. There he is.
I need to get...
As you wish, but it will take...
I'll pay. Here are your...
Thank you very... Now then.
Oh yeah, now we're all cleaned up again. Pebbles is looking good. Looking a lot like that horse. You have to go back there, he meets you by the road and gives you the sword. Really? Interesting. I have never found that.
Do you know where I can find the next scoundrel from your gang?
Aye, I do. Handsome Charlie's next. Are you ready?
Of course. Why else would I be here? Handsome Charlie, you say? Curious name. How did he come by it?
He's a real looker. He always loved wearing his finest. Beautiful dyed coats, shiny boots. Even in the forest, he looked like he was off to a wedding. And most importantly, he always wore a fancy cap. He rarely even took it off to sleep. You know what? Once you've taken care of him, bring me his cap so I know you're not lying.
Still distrustful, eh?
Always, lad. It's what has kept me alive this long.
Do you know where he's been robbing? So that I know where to look for him.
No need to search for him. He recently tricked a bunch of starving charcoal burners in the woods near Kurchak Pond into working for him. Now we've been robbing with them all around the area. They didn't even bother setting up a new camp.
You weren't very fond of him, eh?
He's a slimy snake. I caught him trying to turn my own people against me behind my back. So I ran him off.
Well, what am I supposed to do with the charcoal burners?
Well, if they stand up to you, you won't have much of a choice.
They deserve to be punished anyway. A footpad is a footpad.
Another self-appointed judge.
What?
Oh, never mind.
I'll take care of him.
See you soon, my friend.
He did not like that comment. Yuvi says, I didn't burn the place either. He runs away anyway and is not there if you visit. So that's what I'm wondering. If you... Because I prefer taking the route where Samin doesn't get burnt. And if you do that, is there a way to find him and get the sword? Or do you have to do the unnecessary evil quest? Alrighty. We have to go... Ooh, that's up there. But all we got to do is find the pond and we'll be able to get onto that side of it. So we will ride this way. Or at least we'll try to.
Quick!
Whoa, Nelly. I'm not going to read it. I saw them talking about Vostatic, so I was like, oh, I better look away because I feel like they're about to spoil the thing that I haven't experienced yet. So I will not read it. Alright, there's the Zhelyov Tavern. We'll go up there and we'll recenter our directions. Alright. Hey, look, another caravan. Alright, so we're at the Zhelyov Tavern. We need to go... If we follow this road all the way down to that area by Vostatic, we can go up, and that'll be a pretty safe way. Plus, then we can ambush this caravan. Yeah, because this looks like a slightly better armed one. I think they might stop down... Well, we'll go at least as far as the camp. And then we just have to make sure we take out the drivers first, because the guards will attack us. You know. And if we get far enough away from Zhelyov, we'll have a narrow enough window. Here, I'll load my crossbow while I'm at it. We'll have a narrow enough window to actually do something about it if they do try running away. But as long as we take out the drivers, we should be fine. Oh, they might even fight these bandits here. No, they're not going to fight the bandits? That's hilarious. Hey, look at that. I aggroed the bandits. Now I'll just ride to the front of the caravan and I'll let the bandits start the problem.
Go.
How did that not kill him? Did the bandits manage to take out all the guards? That was quick. I think I got him right in the wiener. Or the pizzle, I should say. Said this cart will have food on it. Yeah, because of the cabbages. I think you're probably right. Have I listened to the new Sabaton song yet?
You're in for an arse kicking, you piece of shit! Alert! To arms!
Okay. Well, do something about it. I have not listened to a new Sabaton song yet, but I probably should if there is one. I love Sabaton. They, in fact, rule. I know you may not know that, but they do rule. Alright, there's one of the soldiers. I guess they weren't very well armed. The pizzle shot. Well, you know, when they've got a shield like that, that's kind of your only option. Alright, time to see what's in here. It's probably just a bunch of cabbages. Alright, we got some kits. Got some Groshen. Level 3 common mace. We got a Morgenstern. Not too bad. Can I take all these cabbages? I can. Very nice. Alright, let's put some stuff on our horse and get the heck out of here. Now we'll probably be over encumbered after we clear out the woodcutter's camp. Some of it's level 3 though, so it's worth it. As Joshua Hartnett said, it's not a robbery if you only kill the bandits. Technically, you're saving them. Exactly, that's why when the bandits aggroed, I was like, this problem might solve itself. Well, exactly. They need a cart for the cabbages because they're not the main character. If they were the main character, it'd be way easier to travel with that many cabbages. Alright, we'll be at this camp by the road. So that is where we are. We went through there, we're right here. So, if we turn up now, we should be fine. We should find it easily. It's a woodcutter's clearing. They're not nearly as hard to find as a poacher's camp. They're nice. Can you ride the wagon in the game? You can ride on some of them. I don't know if you can get on the caravan wagons. Usually I just kill the people driving it and steal all their stuff.
Go.
There's our woodcutter's camp. They dropped a new song last night about the Knights Templar. I'll have to look that up after the stream. I'm sure it will be quite good. We can get on one of the caravan wagons near the Devil's Den. Hey, buddy. Ooh, you got a level 3 carpenter's axe. Two of them over here. We'll rob the whole place while we're at it. Marksmanship up to level 21. Oh, I missed the pupper. Well, that's just not polite.
Fuck! Let's get out of here!
Let's not. Whoa! The dog threw off me shot. Stupid dog.
No! You murderer!
Frickin' dog. It's typically why when I get into one of these fights or whatever, I always kill the dog first, because they're always so frickin' annoying. If you spared them, they will pay you a pittance. That's okay. Robbing them seems more profitable. Not to mention, as I already told Gules, a footpad's a footpad. They deserve to die. Plus, this way I get to lockpick all their chests and get all that sweet, sweet XP. I was gonna say, we still have the fox going on. Henry, the butcher of charcoal burners. Vagan was asking Yuvi if Olda was on the road south of Kuttenberg. Got some onions. Dogs are so much scarier in the first game. Yeah, that's because they're so spammy in the first game. Ooh, apples I could take too. Oh, there's Handsome Charlie. He's probably like, huh, all my people are dead. Weird. He's calling for backup. I don't want to unload my crossbow. Alright, Handsome Charlie. Let's see how handsome you really are. Hold still, buddy. I want to shoot you in the head.
Show yourself.
Jean Cartier says, I love onions, especially fried or deep fried. I love onions absolutely any way. There's no wrong way to eat an onion. If you take like a sweet Vidalia onion or something like that, you can even eat it like a hand fruit. Just eat it just like you would eat an apple. I got some, I'm cooking up jambalaya this weekend over my fire. I do it in a great big cast iron pan, and the first thing I do is I fry up all the sausages, so I can get the andouille sausage grease and all that sort of stuff into the pan. Then I use that to caramelize the onions and peppers and garlic. So, the first step in that process there, I mean, I use like 4 or 5 bell peppers, but I get at least 4 great big onions, usually a mix of yellow and white onions, and that builds up the aromatic base for our jambalaya. Panther says he's not a fan of onions. Garlic, though, I absolutely love onions. I also love garlic, but I could not imagine living without onions. We over encumbered ourselves. All right, let's take the stuff back, and we're gonna drop some level 1 crap. We'll sort by price, and we'll drop until we feel like not dropping no more. I mean, I guess I could put it in a chest, but I'm probably never gonna come back to get it since I don't actually need the money. I just like being extremely wealthy. Jean Cartier says, I hate bell peppers. Yeah, but if you sweat them down with onions for the aromatic base of food, a lot of people misunderstand how cooking works. If you don't use aromatics in your food, it will always be worse. Even if you say, I don't like onions or I don't like peppers, you need them. You absolutely need them. For a dish like jambalaya especially, you cannot make it without them. If you do, it will be bad. Same goes for like soups. So I hate celery, but celery is an aromatic. And so if you're used to eating soup where celery is used as an aromatic in it, like chicken soup or something like that, and then you try it without it, you probably aren't going to like it, even if it's one that you normally love, because it's actually very important for the flavor profile. Yuvi says, like celery, I hate it as it is, but you need it in bolognese. Oh, I read that as bolognas, and I was like, but then after I thought it was bolognese. Exactly. I hate celery, but there are certain recipes where I know that I need to use it. And yeah, a lot of bolognese recipes do call for celery. Vaughan McCarran says, I love bell peppers, onions, and garlic. I'd eat them all together by themselves. I do all the time. I've done that many times where I'll just slice them all up, throw them in there, saute them with a little bit of butter, and just eat a bowl of that. Not just bell peppers, though, because I love poblano peppers. They have just a teeny bit of spice, whereas bell peppers really don't. But they work as an aromatic almost as well as bell peppers do, so I love poblano peppers for something like that. Yuvi says, carrots, celery, and onions are how you start Italian almost always. That's true. In Cajun cooking, you have the Holy Trinity, which is bell peppers, onions, and celery. And then they say pope is the garlic is the pope. So that's how you make any Cajun cooking. Starts with onions, bell peppers, and celery, and garlic. Jean Cartier says, use aromatic with onions and garlic, not bell peppers. Vaughan McCarran says, adults that don't eat veggies scare me. I have a cousin who, if you put any vegetables in anything, he'll be like, I don't know, I don't really like vegetables. Like, he came over once when I was cooking some jambalaya, and he saw I had the aromatics in the pan, and I was, sweating them down, and he was like, I don't know, I don't really like vegetables. And I was like, well, these aren't vegetables. It's not like it was a bowl full of broccoli, but, I know a lot of people don't like vegetables. I'm not one of them. I couldn't imagine not eating vegetables. Not just for the obvious health reasons, but also because I absolutely love them, and they build so many dishes to be way more than they would be without them. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those people who will sit down and refuse to eat protein or something like that, or say it's not a necessary part of a meal. I can't. When people are like, what's for dinner? And they're like, buttered noodles. That would immediately throw me away. I'd be like, no, I'm okay. But I can't do it without vegetables. All right, I feel like it's entirely possible I put more than I needed to in there, but none of that was worth particularly lots. So I think I'll be fine. Oh, I was like, what? No way he's full, but I just couldn't move a quest item. Let's eat some apples. How much nutrition am I getting for these? 1? Well, they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, so if I eat 20 apples, I should be good for a month. Panther says, I will rephrase, I don't like the texture of onions. It stuns me out whatever else I'm eating. I've heard that before. People really don't like the texture of onions. I've never experienced it, but I've heard a lot of people say that. Broccoli's awesome. I'll fight on that hill. I do not like raw broccoli, and I don't like broccoli once it's been cooked to the point of being mushy. But in a stir fry or like any sort of ethnic food, in soups, there's lots of ways that I absolutely love broccoli. My youngest daughter loves broccoli too. Whenever we go out for Chinese, she always, whatever she wants, it's usually some sort of really sweet chicken that's like there's our hometown restaurant here has honey chicken on the menu. It is way too sweet. It's an incredibly sweet dish, but it comes with big florets of broccoli in it, and she absolutely loves that.
Quick!
Jade said, I'm English, so I subsist on meat and potatoes. However, I hate peas. I do not hate peas. I hate canned peas. Canned peas are absolutely disgusting. If I was starving to death, it would be a choice between starving to death and possibly choking them down, but I'd probably just eat something else. Gumby Scout says, what kind of peas? Because you can have snappy peas or mushy peas. Yeah, like I said, canned peas are disgusting. Frozen peas are fine. I've oftentimes, especially like when I don't have a lot of money, I'll just cook up a bag of frozen peas with some butter. Delicious. Snapped peas are also delicious. Sauteed with a little bit of garlic and butter. Fantastic.
Whoa.
Vagan McCarran says, I'm the type of person that would take meat or vegetable over dessert anytime. Yeah, I don't need a lot of dessert. Don't get me wrong, sometimes I like it, but yeah, savory cooking for me every time, all day, every day. Alright, let's Get our stuff so we can wash it. That way we can sort out some of it since we're already at a spot where we have, you know, access to our chest. That way I don't have to do it later. I should have enough repair kits too, so I could actually repair it all myself.
Just watch where you're going next time.
They're always in the way. Panther says chopped onions and Swedish meatballs. Blech. I love chopped onions and Swedish meatballs. UV says, as an ex-infantry, I can tell you after a month without green vegetables, you start feeling funny, just tired and not as dialed up. No, you need green vegetables. I know a lot of adults who hate green vegetables. Like, even lettuce on a burger they won't eat. And then they're always complaining about feeling tired, and they say, no matter how much I sleep, I'm always tired, and they feel logy. And even when they're awake, they have low energy, and all these sort of problems. I'm like, you gotta get some of those, you gotta eat some green vegetables, buddy. I love meat, and it's the most important part of a human diet. I'm not saying it's not, but you absolutely need to eat some vegetables. Panther says, curious if onion powder would fulfill the purpose of onions, because onion powder works great for me. If I don't have onions, it's always better with real onions. But if I don't have onions, or I, for whatever reason, just cannot be bothered to chop up an onion to sweat it first for whatever I'm cooking, I will use onion powder. So it definitely helps with the flavor of onion, but you don't get the aromatic abilities of using the actual vegetable. So it helps with the flavor, but it doesn't help with... I should get my repair kits first. It doesn't help with the... you still don't have an aromatic if you don't use a actual fresh onion. I mean, you could use a different aromatic, but onions are the best one. Carrots, celery, bell peppers, garlic. There's lots of other ones you can use, but onions definitely work the best for it. That's why so many recipes call for them. Do we have tailor's kits? We do. See how it gave us that weird UI thingy for the Waffenrock we have? Darius Brewster says, love Brussels sprouts on everything. I also love Brussels sprouts. Alright, let's store all of our level 3 stuff. Shields. These things. All of our extra bolts and arrows. And then just all of our level 3 stuff that we picked up here. Food we won't dick with too much. We'll put away these couple things. Painkiller brew. You can store some mead and some schnapps. Basically just things that won't spoil. Materials, we'll store all of that. And then we'll put all of our kits back. UV says, I come from a meat culture too. Statistically speaking, it seems people who eat more fish protein live longer, mainly in Japan or Sicily. Yeah, as long as you're not getting too much heavy metals like, what's the one that's in most fish? Mercury? Like, there are certain types of fish where you get a lot of mercury. I should probably sell all the food on me. But yes, fish is a very healthy way to go because it's got the healthy omegas and good fats, and it's a relatively lean one. So, the Mediterranean diet is a very healthy diet. Where the heck is... I'll just sell it to this person. I can't find the actual innkeeper. You guys are making me hungry before lunchtime again. Have you no shame? Actually, it's officially 12. But I don't exactly have time to go cook something. Oh, and I can sell Capon's poaching kit, too.
I'd like to do...
That's fine.
There we go. Joshua Hartnett said, time to make some instant ramen. JH says, creme brulee for days.
Go.
Erie V23 says, are you trying to max skills too before Kuttenberg? I mean, we are maxing a lot of skills just incidentally, but mostly we're doing side missions and stuff. We were definitely doing a lot of grinding in the first couple streams, but since then we've just been doing things to make sure that we are most effectively getting our XP. So we have our Henry's Fox potions, and we've been using them, you know, to make sure that we're always getting that XP gain. It's not specifically grinding anymore, but it still works as an effect of that. I probably won't max everything before Kuttenberg, but we'll be pretty overleveled by that point, just because of how overleveled we already are, and considering how many quests we still have left. Jade said, I'm just glad the world collectively decided MSG isn't the devil people said it was. No, it's not. That's the thing. Is that was just a lie. It was never true. It's the Flava Enhancer. Panther said, I haven't gone fishing in like a year. I'm a disgrace to my state. I haven't been actually fishing for probably since my kids were born. I've gone quote-unquote fishing. You know, I've taken the kids fishing several times where basically I just spend the entire time untangling fishing line. But I have not seriously gone fishing since my kids were born. It was one of the hobbies I had, and I had to cut down on some of them at the time, and that one is one of the ones that hit the chopping block. I used to go fishing all the time.
Got it right here. Hope I didn't get any blood on it.
Aye, that's the one. Oh, that bastard really had good taste, but I don't plan on wearing it. Someone might mistake me for
History Republic said, being from the Balkan region, I really love my yogurts and cheese.
How about a reward?
And blueberries make Greek yogurt so much more bearable. I do not like yogurt, and I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't eat it anyway. So, you missed me with that one.
But if you like, you can keep Charlie's cap.
Mark Zuckerberg says, am I the only person who thinks the game is still too easy? Even in hardcore mode with all the negative perks? I don't know if it's too easy, but it's definitely not as hard as a lot of people say it is.
You end up with a dagger in your gut because someone mistook you for
Jean Cartier says, too much MSG makes your throat dry as hell. I don't know that I've ever had too much, but I believe you.
Aye, unfortunately. Give me a day or two, then I'll know where to send you. Take care.
Vaughan's just fast traveling back and forth from Kuttenberg to the Southern Mill to try and get the Olda interaction. Darius Brewster says, my parents still believe in that MSG bullshit. It's honestly sad because it stops you from enjoying great foods. That's the thing. A lot of recipes they don't taste right without MSG because they were designed to have it in them. It's not a spice. So calling it a spice is inaccurate, but it's without it, yeah, you're missing out on a lot of way better flavors. Vaughan McCarran says, I don't like any dairy products despite being lactose tolerant. I like a lot of dairy products. I don't like milk. I don't like yogurt. But pretty much all the rest of them I like. I love cheese, and about half of the cheeses that I most commonly come into contact with are naturally lactose-free, so I can still consume a lot of cheese, like hard cheeses like Swiss cheese and cheddar and provolone, and there's also Parmesan. There's lots of cheeses that the aging process actually, the enzymes that make the cheese actually eat the lactose. That's how they make the cheese. So I can still eat lots of cheeses. Ice cream has lactose in it, but it also has a lot of fat, and the fat actually helps with lactose intolerant people. It helps like line your stomach so that you don't usually get as severe of a reaction to it or a reaction at all. So I can still usually do ice cream as long as it's not like a low-fat ice cream. I love sour cream, but sour cream has a bunch of lactose in it, so I can't do sour cream anymore. Any highly processed young cheeses like nacho cheese or mozzarella, anything like that with a bunch of lactose in it, I can't have. Yeah, you get used to it pretty quick, you know. Panther says, yeah, but you live in Wisconsin, I'm in Minnesota, I can't show my face in public. You watch it, Panther, you gotta be careful with that. Wisconsin generally does not like the Minnesota interpretation of fishing responsibilities. Wisconsin takes fishing pretty seriously, too. We measure our lakes differently in size. That's why we have more lakes than you. To be legally considered a lake in Wisconsin, it only needs to have a surface area of 2.2 acres or more. So, by that standard, we've got over 15,000 registered known about lakes in Wisconsin. I know that Minnesota's is like 5 or 6 acres or something like that. So it needs to be larger to be considered a lake, and that's how they have their Land of 10,000 Lakes thing. And well, it's something that Wisconsin and Minnesota argues about all the time. But all of that. Yes, I agree with you about the psyop about butter. Butter is... It's never been unhealthy. It is, and it's one of the best keys to cooking. It's one of the best fats you can possibly use. Don't get me wrong, I like olive oil, and I use it for a lot of things, but it's not right for a lot of things. Butter is the best option if you have it for a lot of different cooking things. I don't think he's supposed to be standing up there. That's funny. All right, now that we have to wait a little bit before we can do the next bandit mission, we can do mutt. Not that I'm going to have Mutt running with me, but we can do the mission. So we're at Samine, so all we got to do is head over that way. JH said, Wisconsin and Minnesota duking it out over lakes. Trust me, it's a long and storied... I won't say competition, rivalry maybe. The problem is Wisconsin can't. We don't have any other rivals in the region for like sports and stuff, because people always try to drum up the Bears and the Vikings and the Lions. But the problem is the Packers are consistently better than those teams. They haven't always been, but for pretty much my entire life they have been. You know, so people are like, "Oh, big Vikings game," and I'm like, "Yeah, big deal. It's just the Vikings." You know. It's a one-sided rivalry. The Vikings feel it, but the Packers can't actually be bothered to feel it. And I don't follow the other sports. I have no idea how we compete for basketball and baseball. I know that we have the Bucks and the Brewers. I know what sports teams we have. I don't know how good they are, though, because I could not possibly be bothered to be interested in them. Leveled up horsemanship again.
Whoa.
Panther's like 15 minutes from the Wisconsin state line. What, do you live in Minneapolis? Hey, look at that. We found Bohemia. We could pay her while we're at it. I don't want to get distracted from the Mutt storyline, though, so we'll have to do that. But since we're here, and I feel like we have enough money.
Thank you once again for saving Sir Hans's life. And mine. I promised I'd pay you back. And I keep my word. So please accept this token of gratitude on behalf of me and Sir Hans.
Thank you, Henry. You're an honorable man who doesn't make promises lightly. I'll push it aside for Pavlena. And since you're here, would you help an old woman with something? It's about Pavlena.
Maybe later. Alright, JH said Alaska enters the chat and brings their 3 million likes with them. Alaska doesn't count. They're huge. They're like half the size of the rest of the continental United States. Alright, so we just have to go back out to the road and go this way.
Go.
You're like 50 miles north of the Twins? Okay, well, I would still consider that being fairly close to Minneapolis. The Mutt story is so unnecessarily complicated. I agree, especially considering, like I said, I don't actually like having the dog with me.
Whoa.
What's that? Hey, lad. What do you want? Come here.
I'm not going anywhere. Make me.
Make me.
You're in for an ass kicking, you
Oh, am
piece
I?
of shit.
Oh, you're right. You really taught me a lesson, buddy. This is that guy that we fell off the cliff with.
I'm robbed of everything, just like Capon left him. And there's no trace of Mutt.
Ha! Redneck Zeus says, just because you moved to the Midwest doesn't make you a Midwesterner. You're still a cringe Californian to me, Ken. Got him.
There's something lying over there. I hope it's not Mutt.
I still have my interactive map up, as you guys can see.
A nice bit of venison. And something took a good bite of it. Could Mutt have been here? Mutt's nowhere around. Someone must have taken him in. It's not far to the herb woman's place. Maybe I should ask her whether she's seen him.
Ah, I should have done this first. It would have been more organic. Panther says, I'm well aware, and none of my school friends will let me forget it. Oh, I can go directly to the place where I can find him? Alright, well, it was... up here? Where was it? I don't remember. I know we found it at one point. Because I feel like it's close by up here. I'll just go back to the place for now. Who's the POS now? Yeah. He went into that fight very confident. I'll just ask her about it.
Have you seen a stray dog around? I thought he was dead, but he's likely still alive.
I'm sorry.
Towards the bottom of Rock Tower Lake, I believe.
Seen any dogs around?
Oh, sucker. Do you have any idea where else?
It's to the left of the nomads.
If I were a dog, I'd go to...
Do you think...
I would maybe...
Alright. Let's go back into the map and check it out. Alright, here's the nomads camp. Is it on this side of the lake? Like I said, I know we found it once. Cottage ruins, wolf hunting spot. Skeleton with treasure. Water goblin's hut. See all those puddles on the ground? In Wisconsin, those are lakes. They're not puddles. They're 2.2 acres. Otherwise, it's not a lake. I know we found it at one point. You think it'd be one of these POIs that we've... on a cliff ledge to the right of that gold marker. Is it here? This cliff? Above the enemy camp? That one you talking about? Or this one here? By the bathing spot. South of Horsehead. Here? Alright, well, we'll head to the Nomads camp and we'll take it from there. I'll go to the Nomads camp first, and then you guys can direct me from there. So, we're here. We'll cut up across... Wait. Man, not having the compass really throws me off. Okay, we'll go this way. We'll go up the hill and cut across. Take it easy, horse. Wow. That was really obnoxious. QZY says, I missed the whole stream? No! No, you didn't miss the whole stream. We're only 3 hours into it.
Go.
I had the cursor right on it. Oh, look, the treasure hunters. Apparently I'm a dead man. Man, he was wrong about how much of a dead man I was. I think I'm getting to the point where I don't need to loot everything off of everyone. I might just actually start aiming for level 3 stuff and high level loot and Groshen and dice. Mark Zuckerberg says, just 75% of the stream. Panther, it's the horse's fault. It's not... Okay, we should check where I am on the map. Alright, I went by the treasure hunter's camp. I know where that is. So this is where I currently am located. You're saying I gotta go over here.
Whoa!
Ja!
Whoa!
Well, of course I looted 4 groschen off the dead person. Wasn't gonna do him any good. I think from now on we're gonna have to keep we officially are gonna call Mutt Matt. His name is no longer Mutt, it's Matt. Everyone remember that. I think I went too far. Where are we? Where's the human camp? Or not human camp, the nomads camp. Because I think I'm here, so I just have to go to the forward until we find the human, nomad camp. Because I need to be able to center myself based on a location where I actually know where I am. Okay, there's the nomad camp. You guys don't just ride your horse all over the place? Since we're here, let's stop and sell the loot that we still have on us. My saddle is still stolen. Keep that in mind.
How can I?
What do you have for?
Alright, let's sell all the crap we have on us that we don't need. 7 torches. As if anybody needs 7 torches.
Let's talk about the
Wow.
We're never.
I was glad to be of help.
Perfect. Oh wait, I think we leveled up a couple times. In something. There we go. Horsemanship we leveled up. Into the fray. That's the one that makes it braver, right? I don't know. We didn't choose Roadrunner or Wild Rider yet. Roadrunner. I feel like I travel on the road more. Plus it gives you 15 instead of 10. Body heat. Loyal companion. I guess loyal companion. And we maxed out survival. So now we've maxed out our second skill. And we got another level in swords. QZY said, do all horses neigh so much with how much horsemanship you have right now? I don't think they all neigh the same amount. It might be related to the courage stat. But I was also spurring my horse a lot and trying to get it to go up and down rocks and everything.
Christ, pardon me.
Human camp, nomad camp, potato, potato. Exactly! Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Roadrunner makes more sense for this one. Because we use roads to navigate and we get lost once we go off-road. Let's find Matt. Let's see if we can... Like I said, I know we stumbled across it once on accident, so... Shouldn't be that hard to do it a second time. I think we did it. Ha! We did it! We did it in a weird way, but we did it. Look, it's Matt.
What? Mutt. Come here. Good boy, good boy.
That's Matt's slam piece. Adrian Max says the glasses and heavy armor throws me off. Yep, Panther, you got back in time. Now we've got to protect our doggo from the many, many wolves that he has apparently not befriended. Suck on that, wolf. Get out of the bushes. Hey, look at that. We level up our Houndmaster.
Sick!
How many wolves are there? Get him! There we go. Gotta get our Houndmaster leveled up. Now we can butcher some wolves. Gage Webb said, haven't heard slam piece since high school. I love the saying. LOL, gonna start using it again. I think it's timeless. We leveled up Houndmaster several times there. Look at that! Did it again! I'm glad we had our fox still active while we did that mission. As Mark Zuckerberg, he said, Matt can't run away during this fight, so you gotta let him fight. I should have let him do all of the fighting. I let him kill a couple of the wolves, so clearly he leveled up a decent amount, but... We've been mostly living off of wolf jerky in this playthrough. Like, we have other stuff. We've killed plenty of animal and tried it, but we live off the wolf meat. Alright, it's been a while, so it's entirely possible the loot in this cave has respawned. Look at that, it did. Hare meat, mutton, tin cross. We got it all. Alright, Mutt, you stay here. Now that I know where you are.
You little flea-ridden... What's that?
Ah, I'm glad nothing happened to you. I was worried about you. Seriously, there wasn't a moment I didn't think about you. Ah, so, did you...
Let's see if we can get our speech XP from talking to the dog.
Do you want to go? I'm glad to. There are a lot... I agree.
Look what I have for you.
We'll give him some mutton. Num 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 num. G59 Pluto said, go to the bathhouse and pay for a wench. I mean, heal your wounds. I could go to the bathhouse and heal my wounds and take a bath and all that stuff, but remember, I can't get a wench because I'm bashful. It's one of the negative perks. Alright, so we got Mutt. So, what else do we have? Oh yeah, we're still at the Hermit for that one. We haven't done the Zhelyov and Tachov quest line yet. We apparently have a quest over there that I'm not sure what it is. We have the one at the Nomads. But yeah, we have a whole bunch of side quests that we haven't done yet. Oh, I should, Houndmaster, that's what it was. Alright.
Quick.
Since we did that. That's the only reason I didn't immediately send Mutt home, is because I was like, I could level up Houndmaster while I'm at it.
Go.
We'll strap off in Troskowitz so we can launder our clothing, and then we'll get go ahead and, I guess, head over to Tachov. See about those, or not Tachov, Jelyov. We'll go see what those damn bastard Tachovites. The guy talks weird. I can't do a good accent for him, but that's the mission we'll do next. Since we probably have to... Well, I mean, I could always check it. See if the thing popped up in Samine yet. Yeah, a quest thing will pop up in Samine when we're ready to do it. Oh, that quest marker at the inn was
Quick.
for the fist fights.
Quick.
Yeah, Gumby Scout, we haven't done that one in this stream yet. We did the fist fights down at the mill, but we haven't done any of the other fist fights, so next time we're at the Wagoner's Inn, we'll have to do the fist fights there.
Go. Whoa. Whoa.
Wait a minute, standing on business.
Whoa. Whoa.
We did not do any of the Nomad missions yet. So, that's true. Now that we have them, if we do that one, I mean, we've also walked right past the place where she's hiding, but... Because we were there for the Crusader mission.
Quick.
If it's a human, it ain't human. You get it. You got it, Andre Lewis. Or Louise. I switch back and forth randomly between Andre Lewis and Andrew Louise. Look, another caravan. Redneck Zeus says, well, my crossing issue is not limited to the 5th commandment quest, it seems. I decided to try to move on to the main story, and it crashed right after meeting Rose and her father. You could try doing a reset, so you could travel back to the first map region and pass like 5 or 7 days and see if you can do that, and then go back to the Kuttenberg region, because maybe even after uninstalling the mods, maybe you still have a conflict that's causing issues. That would be the next thing I would try. Because if it's being caused by quest progression, then maybe you can like do a hard reset by leaving the region and passing time. Gumby Scout says, I like the Nomads except the Voivode. The Voivode is obviously the worst part of the Nomads. But I do find the letter thing that he has, it's very interesting lore-wise. Alright, do we have any stuff we need to sell? No, we're doing pretty good. We could dry off that meat we grabbed, though. Mark Zuckerberg says, I guess you'll be going for 100% this run? I don't know. I haven't committed to too much. I've committed to being not so noble of a character and to staying loyal to Teresa. Other than that, we haven't committed to too much that at least I can remember. Oh, I need to sneeze. I can feel it in the back of my nose. Sneeze accomplished. Alright, we'll go back to Jelyov now. Oh, we were down by Samine. I don't like how it doesn't recenter the map either, but I guess it makes sense that if they did that, you would know where you were on the map. So they just leave it wherever it was the last time you opened it. Yeah, we go to Jelyov and we can start that quest.
Quick.
Adrian says, I had crash issues with saves and I had to get a save cleaner on Nexus. What is a save cleaner? I've seen a couple people mention that now. It just, what, make sure your save doesn't have any issues, or what is it?
Go. Go.
I always do this. Why do I have so much trouble finding Zhelyov? I don't have trouble with it when I start from the Wagoner's Inn, but if I start from Troskovitz, I always miss it and end up in Tachov. It will remove mods, but might fix the game saving your save. Alright, Zeus, you're playing on PC, right? If you are, I would try that. I would try what they're talking about. Because it seems like it might be the only way to fix your save to make sure that your save doesn't get corrupted and you'll have to start over. Well, we're at the Wagoner's Inn, so before we do the Tachovite quest, we might as well do the fist fights. Okay, so that would be my guess, Zeus, is that you have to try the save cleaner, because it sounds like they're saying, even with the mods removed, they change the files to the point where it causes the corruption.
Tell me. I'd like. He did. So you took. All right.
Alright, time to do some boxing.
Greetings, my.
I'm looking at it. I'm can't. You're the call.
Ask Hans for a fight. He must be behind this house. Maybe he was inside the house. Upstairs, maybe? Oh, he's lying down right there. Really? Ugh, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to wait. Let's see if I can do it without sleeping. Yeah, we'll be fine. I'll sit down and I'll wait.
What's the hold up? Am I supposed to open my mouth and wait for it to rain?
Greetings.
And then we'll sleep after we do the boxes. QZY says, also DTG, how did having a business back then worked? Bless you and thanks for muting. It irks me when I see big channels do it or burping in videos and I immediately click and hit downvote. Yeah, I don't want to, I always do that for, or like if I have to stop and eat something or something like that. I prefer not to do it live on stream. There was this one time I was streaming, I think it might have been the first KCD game or maybe it was Skyrim or something like that. I was streaming and my wife had brought me like a little snack platter because I was like several hours into the stream and I was like, I needed something to eat. And everybody wanted to hear me like eating the pickles and stuff and I was like, this is weird.
Where are you heading? Coming from house. Here you go.
That is what.
Mark Zuckerberg said, am I the only one who finds the first map much better than the second in all aspects, from the quest design to just overall progression of the map feeling much less empty? No, we talked about that in my first stream in this series, about how pretty much all of us dramatically prefer the first map to the second one.
Did I hear right that you're going to compete in the fights at the tavern?
Aye, I'm planning to.
Panther, yeah, I think you were there, Panther. I was like crunching on pickles and eating walnuts and stuff, and everyone was like super into it. It was weird.
And what do you need, girl?
One of the fighters, named Bohemia, he takes care of the horses here.
What about him?
I want you to give him a proper beating, so he won't be able to sit for at least a week.
And why? Did something happen?
He often comes to see me, pretends he likes me. But last time he came drunk. He ordered a bath, something to eat and drink. But then he suddenly knocked the tray out of my hand and started groping me.
Wait, he...
No, luckily not. But when I pulled away from him, he hit me so hard I thought he'd knock my eye out.
Bastards like that should get a proper beating. Hitting girls.
So you'll give him a hiding?
You better believe it. He won't put his hands on you anymore.
Thank you. Then come and see me. I'll figure out a way to repay you.
As Gumby Scout said, the second map is beholden to the main story, whereas the first map is a lot of fun side quests. I think that's the main thing, is that the second map is just, it's all about the story. And so, yes, the story's good.
What do you want? Well, absolutely. You... Let's... But before we...
But the first map feels more like the first game. Redneck Zeus says, we just wanted you to tell us about your pickle. What's weird about that? Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, it doesn't sound all that weird, does it?
You don't look like it, but you're a good fighter. Here you go. And you owe me a...
Pickle sounds awfully close to pizzle.
For a knife, a tooth for a tooth. What the fuck are you on about?
DGG food review. I've reviewed lots of foods.
If I ever hear you touched her again, I'll use my steel instead of my fists.
All right, fine. I'll leave her alone.
Good.
I'm all...
I think Bohemia...
Did you give him a proper... I knew I could... Unfortunate, but I can...
Thanks.
And I can also...
I need...
Take care, sir.
That's always a good perk, where you can... she'll like wash and fix your clothing for free now. Definitely worth it. Pickling walnuts. You guys make everything sound dirtier. I definitely agree that Bearded Henry looks significantly better. That's why I was so happy when they added the barber mode.
Is your dog... Think... So, you... The bet...
Oh, that was a good move. He keeps beating me in the clinch.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, that was a hard punch.
Fucking hell.
Got him.
I should let the others do the fighting now.
Good fight. Thanks.
You're welcome, lad. You beat me fair and square. But if you want to practice anything or learn something else, come and see me. I'm certain Dorothy wouldn't mind that. Here you go. Don't forget to go.
Wait, he can teach me stuff?
I'd like...
What do you want?
Cool.
Show me.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I knew he could teach stuff.
Yeah.
I'd like...
What do you want? I heard great.
Mullet Henry looks like a menace. I do not like the mullet. Alright, we leveled up our unarmed. Improved our drinking, but not crazy. Not a crazy amount. Sandman. It's generally be easier for you to knock out or stealth kill someone. Hells yeah. Alright, let's talk to the guy. Wherever he is. Where's the innkeeper? In the inn? Typical.
What would you like? I buy.
Thanks.
What? Oh, what?
That's not...
It's
then.
Excellent. Now we did that, but we're tired, so we have to sleep. So let's wait until right there, and then we'll sleep the night away. Anna can also teach me stuff. Let's see if we can still do that tonight before we go to sleep.
Greetings to you. You have a kind heart. A blessed...
I'd like you to...
Sure. What are you in?
He...
All right.
Oh, alchemy. Nice. Now we'll sleep through the night.
They made a racket, chewed into the...
Hey, look, it's Ulbrum. We could start the Tachovite mission here. That's hilarious.
You having trouble with the Tachovites?
I'd say it's time to get payback for all those shenanigans up there. You look like you might be good at that sort of thing. And since you're already here, why don't you help me out? Trust me, I'll make it worth your while. What do you say?
Sure. If there's something bothering you, I'd be happy to help.
Listen up then. Those naughty Tachovite bastards have this nice maypole in their village. They're so proud of it, you'd think it's a gift from the king himself. Especially Poacher. Nothing would teach them a lesson better than stealing it and putting it up on display here. Just to spite them.
So all I have to do is take their maypole and bring it to you?
Aye, exactly. But be careful no one sees you take it. It'll be even better if they don't even know it's missing. Besides, if they catch you, they'll beat the shit out of you. So be careful.
All right, I'll be careful. Thanks.
Excellent. But even if something goes wrong, don't go clobbering anyone over the head, understand? All I want to do is piss Poacher off.
You want to do what to him?
Piss him off. You know, mess with him. For stealing our maypole and our pasture. But remember, no violence, all right?
Of course. I wouldn't hurt a fly. You can count on me.
But go ahead and talk to Poacher. At least you'll see what an asshole he is.
I'll be with you, neighbor.
Good to see you.
Alright, now we'll sleep. Normally I would just go straight there, but I think I remember the easiest way to do it being to find out about the guy that's guarding it and then use something against him, and that way we don't actually get caught. Because if we just go and, you know, sneak in there and take care of it that way, it almost always goes poorly. Where did we get 100%? Oh, we were out there at 4? Well, we'll just sleep until 8. That way it'll be bright out. I agree that the voice actor for Ulbrum is definitely more unique than a lot of them. A wolf.
Sick!
Kill him, Matt! Ooh. I just realized. We're all out of fox, but now we've got it. There, he's actually getting it. Do it, Matt! Come on, Matt! Did I get him? Yeah, keep getting that Houndmaster XP. Mark Zuckerberg says you can just knock out the guy guarding it and steal the maypole. Yeah, I know that, but like, if you do that, one of the times I did that, Ulbrum yelled at me and he's like, I told you not to hurt anyone! But if you find out that you can antagonize the guy and fight him or whatever and just get him to run off, then you don't get in any trouble. Alright. Not sure where we are, but I feel like this is the direction we have to go in. I was right. Philip Kindle came in and said, KCD heart. I agree. This new Oblivion game looks incredible. I know, the graphics are amazing. It's so different. It's almost like it's not even the same game.
Go.
Is So that wasn't too bad. At least we were able to quickly find out where we were. We were able to get some Houndmaster XP, so you gotta look at the Somnambulant perk positively. That was also the first time I've ever seen Olbram at the Wagoner's Inn. When I saw the quest icon on the map, I was like, what? I thought I just did the quest here. And I couldn't think of a different one that popped up. But yeah, apparently, I mean, it makes sense. It's called the Zhelyov Wagoner's Inn. So it's clearly within the Zhelyov domain. So it makes sense that he would go there to drink. There isn't another place in Zhelyov that he could go. And maybe it's a way to try and force you to start the mission. Because there's not a lot of reasons to go to Zhelyov other than, you know, finding that mission. JH says, this is Oblivion? I thought this was the new Mario release for the Switch. It could be. No, I wouldn't be playing that. That's too expensive for me.
What would you like this fine?
That's a beaut.
They sure. Them Zhelyovites. Why are you?
I know from experience.
Well, there you go. And if someone... That's the one... I want... What about... Did he... I'm a... What do I want?
Why not?
He's not... Down.
Listen.
What?
Old...
Damn it. As if it's a trick of... Hey. And...
I just used the wrong thing. Why did I do that? I clicked the wrong one! See, that's the problem with speedrunning dialogue.
So what? Listen, old of it now. Sim.
Pains.
And after... That's the one.
Man, that is annoying.
And right. Why? It's all...
Music for Life said, sorry for being quiet, I'm also working. That's okay.
What?
See, that's the problem. I shouldn't have been speed running the dialogue.
Say there's a knife, but then
well, have you
but the
can I I'll pay,
but all I
that's enough. Alright, I hope that
thank you.
What's new?
You should pick a tie and that's
sounds interesting.
Where you can
Can I damn. Well, I'm gonna stick with my consequences. That's on me for, like I said, speed running the dialogue. Plus, I still think I can do the majority of the quest line even without it, because I can still interact from the other side, and then I can do the conciliation stage from the bailiff. You know, where I find the nail in the tree and all that jazz. That's the first time speedrunning the dialogue has bit me in this playthrough. But it's true, there are dialogue options that you are not supposed to say if you want to do a mission in this game. It's one of the things I like about the dialogue design in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, is that you're not just supposed to say everything. Vagan McCarrion says, can we start some obscure and interesting historical discussion to pass the time? I mean, I do enjoy a historical discussion. I did help George and Michael. I did that already. I bought them the loot, so they should not end up in the pillory. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Exactly, that's why I'm not going to reload. I'm just going to accept the action because it was my fault. I was the one spamming through the dialogue.
I've heard. I watch.
I'd like.
Look. Is that? Look. All you know that though.
Here's a.
And is that?
There we go. We got the bull paint. We also need sleeping potion. I'm forgetting what it's called. It's called. We'll just go buy one. Or 6. I feel like I need 6 of them. Darius Brewster says, in hardcore mode it says brands are permanent. Does that mean once you're branded you can't trade? I do not know. I've been trying not to get branded. I assume you could still trade. You just need to, like, you would get less for everything and certain people won't buy things. Lullaby, that's what it's called. Yeah, I obviously should have remembered that.
I'd like. What? Tell me.
Fine.
I mean, if you help them out before the wedding, they typically show up at the wedding, as far as I know. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it, because Lullaby's under the poisons. Ah, I getcha. So I suppose I can't even buy any from him. Well, we'll have to brew some then. That's fine, it's been a while since we've done that. So, crafting. Poisons. Lullaby. We need poppy, herb, paris, and thistle. We'll buy some herb paris here, because I don't think there's any on the ground around here, but I can get thistle and poppy. Herb paris. Down here.
Danke, das war ein gutes Geschäft. I'm sorry.
I need poppy and thistle. I had already forgotten what else I needed. There's some thistle. Probably going to need more than one. Here's some more thistle. UV said, IDK, I always steal the loot. I did up until this playthrough. This is the first one where I bought it instead. There's some poppy. I'm apparently stuck on this lip. Really? It won't let me out of this ditch. There we go. Oh, apparently if you buy the loot, they show up in the tavern in Kuttenberg that Catherine's at, and they say that people don't like their music and they're not doing well. At least that's what Darius Brewster says. I mean, it makes sense. You can't sing Our Hero Henry too many times, you know? Eventually people are going to get sick of that, even if it is a banger.
That's what comes from bending badly.
Well, don't bend badly, you putz. I need some more thistles. I feel like I don't have enough of them. 10. We have 8. We have enough poppy. Let me get the recipe up. Lullaby. There, I've got my lullaby poison recipe up on the side. So it's 1 poppy, 1 herb paris, and 1 thistle per piece. So we're going to want to get a couple more thistles. Because since we're brewing it, we might as well brew a bunch of them. And I have 11 herb paris. Okay, that's probably enough thistle now. Yep. So we need oil, poppy, herb paris, thistle. Add the poppy and boil for a turn. Add the thistle and boil for a turn. Grind the herb paris and add it to the cauldron. Finally pour. Okay, I remember it not being too difficult. I said oil, right? Yeah, oil. Yeah, they've got the... Well, the straining your back while getting the flowers, that's another one that pops up a lot. So, let's add the poppy and boil for a turn. Made for Music says, if you finish the game, can you still play and do other quests, etc.? Yeah. There are certain quests that it'll tell you, like, before you do certain points in the game, you know, where you have to get locked in for something or whatever, it'll tell you to complete quests. There are certain ones that you won't be able to do after the end of the game, but the vast majority of the side content you can do after the end of the game. So, there's that. Alright, now we have to grind the herb paris. Add it and pour. Redneck Zeus says he downloaded the save cleaning thing. Hope it works. I hope it does too. Definitely keep us in the loop. Now we pour and we should have Henry's Lullaby. There we go. Look at that. Now, we'll make a couple more since we got the extra materials, and like I said, it'll be an opportunity for us to max out Alchemy. Commander Jester de Juggler told us about the Sabaton song. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. I have not heard it yet, but I will. After the stream, I'm definitely going to give it a listen. I love Sabaton. Darius Brewster said, do you usually try to get Samine's necklace at the wedding? I do, yes. Alright, we need the thistle now. I won't have time to grind it, but I could throw the herb Paris in there while we boil this turn. This is one of those ones that there's not a super efficient way to do it, but it is a pretty quick and easy potion to do anyway. Morgan Macarian says, it's so weird how talking to guys in the pillory always results in an identical conversation. Yeah, I wish there was more variety, or like things you could do, you know, dynamic quests that would pop up or stuff like that. It will not take us long to max out Alchemy. We'll probably have it done before we finish this batch of lullabies we have. It's also good to have all this extra lullaby potion because it's a very useful one to use, especially if you're not trying to murder everyone. Actually, I could throw the herb Paris in the grinder dish now. Then I could grind it during the second one. I think I figured out the fast way to do this. Alright. I'll put the thistle in there. We'll move her down for another one. Because it takes about a turn to grind something. I don't think I'll have time to drop it in and move it up, so we'll just quickly put this on the dish. Oh, we probably cooked her too long. Oh yeah, that's gonna be way too long. It takes the time it takes you to like do the things. That's probably gonna end up being strong, so that sucks. We'll find out though. Oh, come on, please be Henry's. Hey, we still got Henry's. Good. I was worried about that. Redneck Zeus says it didn't work. Was there anything specifically that you had to do after downloading it, or just downloading it? I've never used one, so I don't know. Whoever in the chat has used one, make sure you tell Zeus exactly how to use it. I have freed people from the stocks. I think they usually just run away. This is definitely not as fast of a process as the special bugged way that we figured out how to make Savior Schnapps. This is a decently fast potion to make, but not that fast. But we do get lots of XP for it, so. Plus, like I said, useful. Anybody have any help for Zeus? He said he tried the full process of the save cleaner thing, and he said it still didn't work. You know what I could try? Instead of moving it up, I could just try throwing that in and then flipping the thing again. That might be faster. G59 Pluto just said Pizek Lad in Kuttenberg is the best in the game. 195 stamina, 319 carry, 55 speed, and 23 courage. With Dragon Saddle, puts you at 519 carry. Dragon Chanfron gives you 28 courage. Racing Shoes, 60 speed. Like I said, Pizek Lad is super good. Redneck Zeus says he's going to go to the other map like I suggested. Good, I hope that works. Like I said, typically in a game like this, that'll sometimes like help you reset things. When they have systems in the game get changed by time progression, you know? So, hopefully that'll work for you. I'm upset that the save cleaning thing didn't work for you. Panther said, this is some of the most chill cooking / alchemy I've seen in a game. Are you not familiar with the alchemy system for KCD? It's definitely smoother in this one than it was in the first game, but other than that, it's pretty much the same system. Right, yeah, we'll put the dried herb Paris in the dish. But then we'll grab the thistle, so we're ready to drop it in right away. We won't pick the bowl up this time. So we drop that in. We'll flip the sand glass. That feels like it saves us a step. If I was more confident in the quick hot pour like I used to be, I would just grind the herb Paris and put it in hot and then pour it hot. But I think we'd be way too much over the time because it takes a while to grind it up and put it in the pot. Lin Dao says, still same first game. Panther says, remember, I barely played KCD1. This is the first of the alchemy I've seen. Okay, that's fair. I mean, maybe you should try playing the first game again since you already have it, because maybe you just didn't give it enough of a chance for you to like it. I know that when I first played it, you know, I wasn't great at the combat system. I had to learn how to do it. But I liked how rewarding it was to work on it. You know, you didn't get good just by leveling up. You got good by leveling up and by learning how to do the combat system. I think I forgot to flip the sand glass. Well, hopefully that'll work this time. UV says you can pre-grind and pour hot, but not grind on the fly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It just takes too much time. Panther says, maybe I will. Gotta clear up some space. Like I said, I absolutely love the games. So, if it takes giving it more than one chance to possibly fall in love with it, I'd say it's definitely worth it. And I know you like Red Dead, and the storytelling is very similar to Red Dead. The combat's obviously a lot different, because in Red Dead you're just shooting people, but I typically find that to be the most accurate comparison. So we must have been close enough on the time, even though we forgot to flip the timer. Darius Brewster says, what are you making again, Fox? No, I am making Lullaby right now. We only needed 4 of them for the quest that we're working on, but I figured I might as well finish off Alchemy while we're at it. And since we grabbed enough materials to make 11 batches, you know, it felt like the right thing to do. Because we are almost there level-wise. I think we're already up to level 27. Not saying that I'll grind until I get to 30, but it would be nice. Jade says, I think it will be hard going back to 1 now that 2 has been cleaned up so much. I mean, yeah. I've played 1 a little bit since I played 2, you know, for videos and stuff. And it was definitely... There were a couple things that I noticed that I had never noticed before, or at least not for a long time after the change. But the game was still certainly very playable. But Panther did not play much of either game, so I think he'll be fine. We can make 3 more. I think we'll be able to level up once more in 3. Darius Brewster said, can you use Lullaby in combat, like on your blade? I don't know. I usually use it in a food pot. I could give it a try after we get done with this. Lin Dao says, little fact, you can learn new potion without learning the recipe. Just brew it correct. That is true. Jose Gonzalez says, yo, hi guys, I just woke up. What did I miss? Quite a bit. We've been doing the... Well, we found Mutt. That's the most recent thing we did. Now we're doing the Tachovites mission against the Jellyovites. We did 2 of the bandit missions, and we finished the whole second half of the Poacher's quest line and found Hans Kapan and all that stuff. So that is what you've missed. And now we're just making up some lullaby potions before we get back to the questing. Shakespeare's Buddy says, any tips for recipes that require the bellow? I'm still inconsistent on the timing. I think I found that 8 pumps of the bellow was perfect for 1 turn at a high boil. In my video about alchemy, I went through it. So, if nothing else, you can check that video. But I'm pretty sure I found that just pumping it 8 times was the amount you needed. And if you don't want to get good at the combat, but you still want to play the game, you can obviously just try archery. As QZY says. Because I know that I always told people that when I was playing the first game, when I was covering it on the channel a lot, people would be like, I just can't figure out the melee combat. And then I'd tell them, well, if you power level your skills and get them all maxed out, you'll struggle while you're doing that, but then once your skills are maxed out, you can just brute force your way through the combat. But also, yeah, you could just max out archery and strength and get the strongest bow possible with some better piercing arrows and then just shoot everyone. Music is Life says, is using potions to fight cheating? Nope. It's how the game was designed. They wanted you to be able to use the potions. You can definitely get way too overpowered if you do it effectively. Oh, we have one more chance to level up, because then we'll be out of dried herb Paris. 8 pumps, that's all? Yes, Redneck Zeus, that's all it takes. Everyone knows that. Fight and fair don't work together. Not when the enemy brings a cannon. I mean, in real life, when it comes to, like, the concept of fighting fair is a very stupid concept. If I'm fighting, it's because I'm in danger. If I'm in danger, there's not any rules in that fight. Yeah, if you have Henry's Dollmaker poison on your arrows in this game, you can take down giant crowds without ever breaking a sweat. And you don't even need, like, a strong bow. You could just get whichever bow fires the fastest. Ranyek's bow fires really fast and does high damage. So if you do that with Dollmaker Potion, all you gotta do is pluck the people with it. Look at that, we maxed out Alchemy. Perfect. Commander Jester to Juggler says, I only ever pump the bellows once and it seems to work fine. I don't know. Maybe it depends on if... Did you take the Secret of Equilibrium perks? Because if you take both of them, maybe that's one of your allowable... Here, let's see if we can... Yes, you can, in fact, put Lullaby on weapons.
Stop that whistling.
Yes, Jades, that's why Krav Maga is one of the only legitimate martial arts. Is because most martial arts are not actually designed for real combat. I remember when I was looking into them, Krav Maga and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu are basically the only ones that are 100% legit. They are actually forms that make you a more effective fighter, not just ones that are used for working out or, like, practically dancing. Dog, you are being annoying as hell.
Here, Mutt.
Alright, let's level up those things that we leveled up there. So Alchemy we got leveled the rest of the way up. Yeah, so. Alchemy's done. Horsemanship we leveled up. Trample. Houndmaster we leveled up. That one seems like an obvious choice. And there we go. You better go eat your food, mutt. Or Matt, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, with Henry's Dollmaker, you can put it on a lot of potions. Plus, I like Dollmaker in combat better anyway. Bane is very effective, and it's especially great when you put it in like a food pot. But Dollmaker, like, stuns and paralyzes the enemy. Makes it so effective in combat. I wonder if we'll be able to find Jellyov this time. Because I feel like we've passed it again.
Whoa, whoa.
Alright, that's Tachov. Okay, we have to remember this from going forward. When I leave Troskovitz, I have to go down and over. I keep going right here, and that's how I miss it. That's that sheepfold that I keep riding past. My thoughts on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I think if you're a small person trying to learn a martial art, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is your best bet. Because it's ground and pound. It's one of the only ways a small person can level the playing field against a large person. So, that's my general thoughts on it. It also has a lot to do with physical intensity, though. So, you can't just learn it and be a skinny little twig or a, you know, out-of-shape person and expect to be effective in combat. You are still going to need to be in pretty good shape for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to be, you know, actually effective for you. Alright, we're at the inn. So now we just have to go this way. UV says, it's effective, you just need lots of it. Keep in mind, once you have 200 to 230 damage bow and black arrows, it's overkill. Yeah, if you're using any of the top 5 bows with black arrows, it doesn't matter. You can straight up just kill everyone with that super easily. Alright, we gotta sneak in there and put... This is the bowl we need to paint, so we have to sneak in and put our potion into his trough. Wrong one. Right one. Now, we just wait until nighttime. And then we'll have to sneak into there. We'll go over here and we'll wait until nighttime. I love how it pulls the torch out automatically.
Do I want to send Mutt home?
Mutt, to Jellyov.
There. Now his stupid barking won't get me in trouble. The guard sits there, so we are going to take the inside approach. Hey, we leveled up our thief again. I like how we could take out the torch and it doesn't wake people up. I like how Henry's in there talking at full volume. Alright, we could paint a saddle on the bull, or Olbram covered in shit, or Sigismund with a few knobs. I'm going to put up a poll, guys, because this one seems like one that you might want to choose. So, saddle, Olbram, or Sigismund. Alright guys, poll is now up. Darius Brewster says, where does Mutt go when you send him home? In this instance, he goes to the Wagoner's Mill area. If it depends where you're located on the map, which of your homes you're closest to. So that's where he just went to. Otherwise, sometimes he'll go to Tachov, like if I did that at Trotsky Castle or something. If you do it in the second map, I think you pretty much always just go to the Thieves' Den. Alright guys, make sure you vote in the poll. As much as I enjoy the chat suggestions popping up in the chat, because it's great for interactions, gotta vote in the poll if you want it to count. I think I've tried all three of these. In the very first one, I thought the saddle was probably the funniest one, and I did that one. And I've done Sigismund and a few knobs. I don't think I've ever done Olbram covered in shit. But obviously the Sigismund with knobs one is pretty funny. Vagan McCarrion says, I love how I recommend you to make a poll once and now you're sticking with it. Well, once I figured out the utility of it, it makes perfect sense. Because it allows me to ask you guys what to do, and instead of, you know, having to count up all the different chat things, I just look at the poll. And it allows people who don't like having to type into the chat to do it. Yeah, Shakespeare's Buddy confirmed. In the second map, Matt goes to the Devil's Den. And Music for Life points out, please chat, and don't forget to like the stream. Yes, the interactions help me keep the streams running. If the stream gets too, quote-unquote, unhealthy according to YouTube standards, they don't show any new people, so nobody gets to see what we're doing. Lexi1397 says, I don't see the poll. It should be like a white bubble up at the top of the voice chat, or not voice chat, the text chat box on your screen. I assume you're watching on your phone, so should be up there. The pickles and the walnuts and Sigismund. Alright, let's check and see what the poll result was. Poll result is overwhelmingly 60% voted for Sigismund and knobs. So, I think I know what we're doing.
Aye. This'll be good.
Working on a masterpiece. So we got a snail there. And a rabbit there, and Sigismund in the middle. Henry's pretty good. Not seeing any knobs. Maybe the snail? I don't know. Whatever. Did the guard leave? I like how the guard leaves after we accomplish our feat. Alright, time to leave. Now I believe we just go to Tachov. JH says, oop, that's how you say oh with cheese in your mouth. I'm not sure where it comes from initially. Obviously, it has reached meme status at this point. So, people even from Wisconsin now are aware of it, but, I don't know, it's just like shorthand for oh boy or something like that. I'm not certain. I know that I say it in like everyday conversation. Like if I'm walking around in a bar or something like that and I gotta sneak past someone, I'll be like, oh, let me just get past you there. Gumby Scout said, did you see the shield painting stuff from stream yesterday? No, I haven't been in any of the streams, but somebody mentioned it earlier in this stream. They said that that'll be part of the next update, the content update that the game gets. So I don't know any details about it. You can, of course, share some if you would like to. That way anybody else in the chat that is not familiar with them, much like me, could be brought up to speed. Vagan McCarrion says, this is the healthiest stream ever. What are you talking about? We are the healthiest peasants you could ever find. That's possible. We might be the healthiest peasants. My point was just because, you know, how they measure things algorithmically based on interaction and everything. I never actually keep the YouTube preview up over on the side that tells me what my stream health is. I typically just have the OBS window open on my right monitor. So I don't actually know how quote-unquote healthy the stream is until after the stream is over.
God bless.
Alright, let's talk to this guy. Poacher.
It's done. Olbram's bull isn't as white as he used to be.
I knew you wouldn't let me down,
Yeah,
mates.
I'm guessing that's what they meant by knob 2, JH. Clearly they didn't mean a pizzle.
To hell with the fucking pricks. The lousy city
Alright then. You did what I asked, so we're even. And since you already got caught up in our little dispute, maybe you can help me with something else.
So, what can I help the Tachovites with this time?
We're planning to meet with the Geliovites in the pasture that they keep arguing with us about. We'll sort it all out with them there. Nicely. Man to man. Wouldn't you like to join us?
Why not? After painting that bull, it would actually be quite a pleasant change to talk things over face-to-face.
Aye. Talk.
Talk.
We'll get into a huge argument and then start punching each other in the gob.
The Wild Dante Dinosaur says, do you like the heavy crossbow? I like how much damage it does. I don't like how long it takes to load it.
Wouldn't you rather call an end to this endless feud with the Geliovites?
Whitey says you guys say open Nebraska as well. I guess it makes sense. It's Midwestern.
Chance would be a fine thing. Albram will never give up. He says the whole pasture is his.
The bordeth by the orchard, that's where I got my arse.
I like how he imitates him.
Who knows what the old fool got his ass kicked for back then.
You should talk to the bailiff and get him to support you.
Thrush? He already said ages ago he doesn't want to get involved. He even threatened us with the stocks if we keep bothering him.
Well, as you wish. You know what? I'll go have a talk with Thrush. Would you wait for me for a bit?
All right, but don't get your hopes up. And don't you go ganging up with them Gelioff bastards against us.
I gotta go for the speech XP. That's the most important thing for me right now, because it's the one skill I'm having the most trouble leveling up in this playthrough. It's definitely, I mean, it makes sense since we have 2 XP debuffs, and speech is one of the more difficult ones to level up anyway. So, I definitely want to try solving this one.
Quick!
UV says they had a lot of fun recording this. I definitely think so. You can, like, the line deliveries feel like it was fun for the voice actors to do. Across instead of across? That's weird. That would bother me. But that's people do stuff like that all the time. It's the same thing as when people will say instead of specific, they'll say Pacific. And at first I thought that was a joke. I just thought, oh, I gotta sneeze again. I just thought people saying that were making a joke until I realized that some people either legitimately think that it is Pacific or they just have a speech impediment or something. But yeah, there are certain things, yeah, across would bother me.
Quick! Whoa, whoa!
Easy, horsey. Vaughan McCarran says, I farmed up to 104 black arrows. Well, like was pointed out when we were talking about the black arrows last time, ooh, I had a big indulgence to pay. If you, you can just pickpocket the feathers off the guy afterwards, so you can just do unlimited.
I came because of the arguments between...
Oh yeah, Paschetti for spaghetti, that's another bad one.
This time. Did old Bram piss in Project's ale barrels again like last year?
No.
G59 Pluto says, have you played any Assassin's Creed games or the most recent Shadows? I've played a bunch of them. I played all of them up until Unity. So I played all of the... I played the Altair, I played the Ezio ones, I played... Black Flag is my favorite, and I played that one. I played AC3, and I didn't really like that one. I played Rogue, and that one was just kind of a lame ripoff of Black Flag, so I didn't like it as much either. Unity was okay, but it was super buggy. And then I didn't play Syndicate. I played Origins, and Origins was the last one I played. So I have not played Shadows, but I also didn't play Odyssey or Valhalla. Because Ubisoft has kind of lost me with their extremely generic games. Far Cry 3 and 4 I really liked, and then I played 5 and I really did not like it, and then I haven't played any Far Cry games after that. Yeah, I just haven't been into Ubisoft for a while. They just got too generic, you know. Games like this, they have some heart and soul and actually feel unique and special and fun. Ubisoft lost that a long time ago.
How did the arguments between the Tachovites and Jaliavites start, anyway?
What do I know? I was a young lad back then. But it's all because of that bloody pasture.
Well, JH, you gotta remember, when we're talking about English there, with the language, anytime where we have the U in there, the American English doesn't have the U. So armor, color, things like that, there, instead of O-U-R, it's just O-R.
Shouldn't you find out who the damn pasture belongs to then, Bailiff?
Why should I? Let them eat each other for all I care.
I probably would have liked the RPG switch for Assassin's Creed because I like RPGs better than I like stealth action games. But I hate looter games. If they had made it so like you can buy specific weapons and armor in certain places and you can find certain ones in certain places, I love that. That's how this game is. But with the AC games, once they went to the
Then let me
should skip through this.
Fine, but if I
when they went to the random looter style where it's all level based and area based and all, I hate that. That's the laziest game design philosophy and I can't stand it. But other than that, I probably, like I said, because I liked Origins well enough, I thought it was fun. I just got sick of that system so that when Odyssey came out, I wasn't interested in trying the next one.
Otherwise it wouldn't be written in red, would it? Fecit ordinem in regione ope clavi ferre. To bring order to the region with the help of an iron nail. That should help me.
The Wild Dante Dinosaur said Ubisoft makes impressively mid games, LMAO. Exactly. They're just so mediocre. That's the thing. You know, because a lot of people, they'll be like, I hate them. I don't hate them. I can't be bothered to play them. A super long, very mediocre game that they want $80 for? Yeah, no thanks. I'm not into that. Lexi1397 says, I hate when people say Valentine's Day. Yes, it's not time. It's Tyne with an N. Agreed. Alright, I feel like the pasture's down here.
Quick. Quick. Quick.
Probably should have looked at the map first, because I know what the pasture looks like. Okay, so I should have just gone up to Tachov and then headed over, because it's over there. So, I was thinking it was actually between Jeliov and Tachov, but yeah, now that I remember it, I remember being super confused the first time because they were arguing about this pasture and saying they were going to split it down the middle, but then I looked at the map and I was like, it's nowhere near Jeliov.
Quick.
Darius Brewster says, it's a shame Ubisoft has some cool license titles that really need some love and not just to be turned out for profit. Well, that's how, so last year I did play a Ubisoft game. I played Star Wars Outlaws. And it was definitely the same type of thing, where it was just so painfully mediocre. Ooh, boy, that was a good move.
You never saw that.
Thank you, buddy. Alright, now we just have to find the tree that has the nail in it. It's over here somewheres. Shakespeare Buddy says, did you play Horizon Zero Dawn? I did, and that's another one that I played through the whole thing. I never played the sequel, but I played the first one. And I got to the end and I was like, it was okay. I didn't hate the experience. It was unique enough that I wasn't bored by it. But
here's the damn nail.
It wasn't interesting enough that I ever wanted to play it again. It's one of the games my kids played a bunch. We had a PlayStation 4, it got taken away from the kids like 2 months ago because they wouldn't stop being naughty. But they would play it for a while, and they had Horizon Zero Dawn, and they played that on there. And I saw them play it a bunch afterwards, but who are these dead bodies? We should probably check these. Yes, I did play it when it released, but I didn't love it. I didn't hate it, but I just... It was kind of bland for me. Head Sounds Lithuanian says, indie devs make more fun games now. You know, it's not that I don't enjoy any AAA releases. It's just that, like you said, too many of them are made... I call it being designed by committee. You know, they're not being made by developers that are passionate about gaming. They're being made by companies that have a bunch of money at stake and are just trying to churn out games that... what do we got here? Some sort of a weird wall. Churn out games that they know are a safe profit for them. And it's boring. It's too boring for me. I have got good stuff to do in my life, and I'm not going to spend my time playing games that I don't enjoy.
Quick.
You know, I've also played bad indie games, but at least for them, I'm usually only paying 10 or 20 bucks. Hanjik says, hi, can I ask a question? Yes, you in fact can, as Lexi1397 pointed out. Ask away. Buddy says, that's why Ubisoft is failing. Exactly. Their games suck. They're not good anymore. They make these big, bloated, expensive, like we said, painfully mid games, and they have huge overhead because they're a giant company. So now they're failing and selling off everything, and I hope they go out of business, honestly. The Wild Dante Dinosaur says, the voice acting in Ubisoft games is so bad, I swear they get them off Craigslist. Yeah, they clearly don't hire for talent. Whatever they're hiring for, it's not based on who's the best person for that role, because their performances are awful.
Whoa.
How's it going? My wife...
Hansiak says, do you want to have ultra hardcore? You should try playing it in Czech. That would be much harder. For many reasons, not the least of which being I don't speak any Czech. That would be much more difficult.
I finally found the damn border between the Tachov and Zhelyov parts of the pasture.
How the hell did you manage that?
I found it in that chronicle of yours. It wasn't easy.
Gumby Scout says, next
Finally
month,
put an
May,
end to all that endless fighting.
is when DLC 1 is coming out for KCD. They said it in the stream. So that must be the Brushes with Death DLC.
Definitely.
That'll be exciting.
Bailiff Brada took iron nails and used
Andre
them to
Louise
map
said,
the
I don't
border
speak Czech,
so that
so...
people forget where it is. One of them is in the oak.
Czech is hard for me, too. I've learned quite a few different languages, and I find Romance languages and Germanic languages to be fairly simple. Slavic languages are very challenging for me, and Czech is just a beast.
Go to them, and when you all meet in the pasture, I'll ride over and settle this nonsense once and for all.
I'm excited for the Monastery DLC. That's probably, out of all the ones they've talked about, the Smithing one I'm super excited for, and the Monastery one I'm super excited for. Alright, so we've settled the border, now we just have to go do the thing. So, let's find out where we have to go before I decide to leave. Okay, so I just have to go to the pasture with Poacher now. Can't believe I accidentally skipped, like, half of the missions for this because I failed the frogs one. Because it's not just the maypole one. After that, you can embarrass Poacher's son with the whole sheep and laundry thing. So I missed out on 2 missions. Jade says I have like 20 hours in Odyssey and 530 hours in Elden Ring. Oh yeah, I played way more Elden Ring than I played... I didn't play Odyssey, but I know it was huge, but I played Origins, and I definitely have a lot more hours in Elden Ring than I have in Origins. But it was a more unique game. And I'm not even the biggest... I've played all the Dark Souls game, but honestly, I find their game design and their storytelling very, very lazy. So... like, the games are fun, but only if you enjoy the combat. Because the combat is the entire game. There's nothing else there. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of the Vatya Vidya videos explaining all of the lore and story, but the game doesn't do that, he does. So, there's that.
I sorted everything out. Let's go and meet the
I also
Jelly
saw
Vites
someone
and have a
commented they also confirmed that churches are not coming with the DLC, only a monastery for the one monastery DLC. So that is unfortunate. I know a lot of us were hoping that we were going to get church interiors with that DLC, but we are in fact not. So hopefully somebody does it with a mod.
Of course they did. I reckon they hardly slept a wink.
Can you blame them? I'd rather come and get a beating than hang around in Zheleov too.
You see? They're provoking us again. There's no use trying to negotiate with them.
There's nothing to negotiate, old man. The pasture is ours, and that's final.
Bullshit! You know right well that I got smacked around at
I love the monastery quest in KCD1. That was like one of my favorite quests.
Now you'll get smacked around here too.
Enough! Does anybody here have anything better to do?
Trust?
Shakespeare's buddy sent 5 Dare to Game gift memberships.
You, bailiff. We'll just beat those.
That's awesome.
And go home.
Hey, Owu girl got one. Thank you. That's an awesome thing to do. Thank you very much. So now you guys are all members. All right. What should we say? Stop the conflict, Thrush. The fight's over, you idiots. Let's do that one.
Look who I brought. The fight's over.
What is this fool on about?
For fuck's sake, Henry.
Awesome gift, Shakespeare's buddy. Thanks a bunch for that.
Tolerate this nonsense in my territory.
Tell that to the Zhelievites. Maybe they'll
Hansiak says, do you want to learn something in Czech? Sure.
Is ours.
In your dreams, you Tachovite swine. Kurva!
Kurva!
Already.
You're both wrong. The pasture is split in half. From here to that oak over there is Zheliov property, and from the oak on, it belongs to Tachov.
We're supposed to share with them? Ha!
How do you know? You're not even from around here.
But unlike you, yokels, he can.
Now there's a lot more privates in the chat.
All there, black on white.
Ahoj? He said Ahoj is high, but how do you actually pronounce that? Because I would read that as Ahoj. And curva is a bad word. I know curva is a bad word. I know that much.
None of that. They're the ones always provoking us. You know what? Let's give them a nice final bashing.
Knock it off already. Haven't you had enough of all this senseless arguing over the years? All those worthless problems and wasted time? Can't you just shake hands and make up?
That's right. From this point forward, this dispute is over. And if I hear about anyone causing trouble again, I'll have you all.
I like how a bunch of the Tachovites have like clubs.
Together. Now pack up and go home.
Well, Grandpa, are you satisfied?
Now, I hope the Tachovites and Zhelievites won't be at each other's throats for a while.
But he said I could be wrong. No, you're probably right. I don't speak Czech at all, LMAO.
How you handled it?
Aye? With a little help from you. True enough. It's nice that someone deals with problems instead of making more for a change.
Bill of Thrush is so lazy.
Don't mention it.
Leave it off. We've got our good name back. Since you did so well with the Chronicle, I have another book of knowledge for you. I didn't get much out of it myself, but maybe you'll find something revealing in it. That's a damn fine reward, don't you think?
My word. Thank you.
Try it like ahoy. So you say ahoy? That makes sense. That's a generalized greeting.
I was just. What do you? And
that sounds.
Adrian says, I remember I had to reload on my first playthrough because they used weapons and started killing each other. I participated in the fight in one of my playthroughs. All the other ones I've solved it. UV says, I think dollar is from Czech tolar, which was a silver coin later than groschen. That could be. Of course, I've already read it. Typical. Still have the Diary of Knight Conrad. Am I supposed to do something with this? Because it's a quest item. Maybe I should go talk to Conrad about it? Or no, you know what? I bet you it's just because I haven't finished the mission. Well, let's check and see if our next bandit one is open. There's a new quest right here. Samine one's open. So one of these guys walking up here has a quest for us. Oh, you know what? I bet you it's the axe guy. Whatever his name is, the storytelling guy.
Whoa.
If it is, I'm not going to start it yet. Zdenek, the mouth. Yeah, that is the one. Okay, let's go to Samine. That was unfortunate. I was hoping we'd be able to level up our speech there. But for now, we'll just go to Samine and do our next bandit hunting mission. I believe our next one might be Johnny the Gob. It might be the last one, because we've done the face and we've done Canker so far, but I can't remember if there's 3 or 4 total. So I guess we'll have to find out. Hansjak, I knew that one. I knew that the Czechs had invented the word pistola, and that's where we get pistol from. I remember reading that after the game came out, or slightly before, when I was doing research on the medieval firearms. But that one is definitely a very fun fact. Vagan Macarian says, I'm doing yet another tournament and the contestants didn't walk into the ring, so now I'm just stuck. I hate that. The tournaments being bugged drives me nuts. And I had, in my first playthrough, I was able to do like 20 tournaments in a row without any problems. But since then, I can't. I can never get the tournaments to actually work. Drives me nuts because I love doing the tournaments. And there's like unique rewards that, a lot of them, that's the best way to get them. Zeus says, how many days do you think I should wait before heading back to Kuttenberg region? I don't know, like 7? I think that's the longest stretch for any sort of a reset in the game. Alright, Mikula, let's figure it out.
My name is Henry. Where are you?
Oh,
how? What about?
Yeah.
What do you? Oh, the best. Are you young? If you that.
Alright, let's see what we can get from him. Not seeing anything particularly useful. I guess I could sell stuff to him. Sell that book I just got. It's not particularly useful. And these wolf ears.
I was glad to be of help to you.
There, look at that. Bing, bang, boom. Now is Gob then Casper. Oh, that's right. Johnny the Gob then Casper. G59 Pluto says, I'm convinced DTG is the voice actor for Kermit the Frog. Someone start a petition for DTG to be the next KCD protagonist. That would be fun. Doubt it, but that would be fun. I am not the voice actor for Kermit the Frog. I hear that a lot, though. Thus the icon, obviously. That decision for that to become my channel icon was made after the first several thousand people said, hey, you know, you sound like Kermit the Frog. I don't hear it. I never heard it. You know, I listen to recordings of my voice all the time while I'm editing videos, and I've never once thought, yeah, you know what, I do sound like Kermit the Frog. But I figured after so many thousands of different people have told me that I sound like Kermit the Frog, they must be right. I must sound like Kermit the Frog. Darius Brewster has the same experience as me. The tournaments just pretty much never work. So, yeah, it sucks because I love the tournaments, but they just don't ever seem to actually work. Where is... It says up. Oh, he must be in the bedroom. Or whatever, the place where he sleeps.
Lord be with you.
And you, and with you.
You know who's next?
Well, if you've got the time, I know where you can
Gumby Scott says, I always feel so bad for the cobbler in the tournament. I've heard that
time to go after him.
Eventually you can fight against William Thatcher, which is a Knight's Tale reference, but I've never seen it. And then after someone told me that, I was never able to try finding out because the tournaments are always so, you know, bugged.
Johnny was my right-hand man. Can't even count how many times we saved each other's asses.
Music for Life says you sound like Pat Mahomes. I've heard that one a lot recently, like the last couple of years. But I've also heard a lot of Jordan Peterson, a lot of Kermit the Frog, obviously. A couple people said Ray Romano. So it must just be that specific tone of voice or whatever.
Where can I find the gob?
You know what?
Hoziak says, do you want something translated to Czech?
Sent him out on an errand,
I don't know. Nothing comes to mind. You guys do a funny phrase or something.
Send him.
Just a little ways off. to the bank of Rock Tower Pond.
Woo Girl said thank you to Shakespeare's Buddy too.
From what I've heard.
Haven't seen a chat from Woo Girl from a while, but I remember saying the name in the first stream.
Another band ambushed a noble's retinue there. We wanted to see if anything got left behind.
I know exactly where
Not the
it
normal
is.
Kermit, but if Kermit was an insurance agent or something of the sort.
I was in that group they attacked.
You were, eh? Then you were bloody lucky to come out of it alive. The ones that attacked you ain't any ordinary footpads.
Ray Romano was hitting
They
home
weren't
for
there
sure.
for the silver.
What did they want?
How do you say this is
Lord
bullshit
knows,
in
lad.
Czech?
Some higher goal.
A lot of people want stuff in
Those types of the world.
in Czech. You got Weddy wants to say know how to say how do you say this is bullshit in Czech, and UV said are you yanking my pizzle?
What's the gob like?
What can I, but he's alive. He does. Henry, you know, it would be.
And Henry in Czech is Yindrich. I knew that.
If I let...
God bless you, sir.
I almost did the bandit's a bandit, just like I did last time. I didn't want to further damage my reputation, though. Jose Gonzalez said, do you got new spectacles? They looked reddish. I think that was just because it was dark in there. And so it was probably like a tint from the firelight. Alright, we're at Samine. I have lost reputation for a couple things. Wonder why. My reputation was really good before. Yindrik von Skalitz. Not too bad.
He's a good horse.
Go!
I always think of him as Heinrich. So red.
Whoa.
I probably stopped too close. Hey, remember this was the place I tried rescuing someone last time and got tattled on and in trouble. I wish I wouldn't have missed that shot. Yeah. Let's see if I can get one into him before he gets to me. Nope. There, we didn't get caught. Alright, let me turn around.
Whoa.
I don't think I hit him. He has the Pavis shield covering his entire body, so it's kind of hard to actually get him. Dang, he takes a lot of hits. Let me hit you. He can't take me off the horse. I wish it would let me actually just charge up my attack. It keeps cutting me out of it for the stupid him trying to pull me off the horse. Alright, that's it.
Whoa.
You want to try me?
Yes. I do want to try you. He had some Groshen, but nothing else. What's this guy got? Groshen. We're getting pretty rich. The wild Dante Dinosaur says, you know, you can get a good field crossbow by Nabokov. I snagged a pretty good crossbow from a supply caravan not that long ago in this stream. It did like 480 damage. I don't know if it was a field crossbow or a heavy crossbow. I can't remember. I think it was a field crossbow. Is that a mercenary? There's a mercenary. Alright, we should just have to go across the river here and then turn right. Or do we have to go across the river? Let me double check. Okay, we're down here. No, we do not have to go across the river. In fact, we should not go across the river. See? That's why it's a good thing that I checked.
Quick!
Gumby Scout says the only reason he can do horse combat right now is because he has that attack that gives Pebbles courage. Yeah, Pebbles courage is pretty weak without that. The horse combat is all right if you're charging at them and you have a pole arm. That's pretty much the only way that horse combat is any fun in this game. Other than like I said, if you have a crossbow, you can shoot from horseback with a crossbow relatively well.
Go.
Jose Gonzalez said you have a tier 3 gun too. Yes, I do in my chest. Not on me, but... JH says, I have an idea for a mod. It's Monty Python mod. It removes your horse and you get a guy banging coconuts following you around.
Quick.
That would be funny.
Quick!
Alright. Well, we got to the right spot. Andre Luis says field does 3,500 damage, and then he switched it to 350. I was like, 3,500, you say? That seems rather high.
Whoa, whoa.
Got another person talking about Ranyek's... Weddy's talking about Ranyek's bow with the poisoned black arrows. Yeah, it's super overpowered. Because the thing about using Ranyek's bow is... it still does a lot of damage, especially when you pair it with black arrows, but it's so much faster. No, Hansniak, I do not dare to game with in check today. It's something that I might try at some point, but not at the moment, considering we're 4 hours and 41 minutes into our 5-hour stream. Seems like it would be a bad time to start that. Gunner says the same thing about that's how you do mounted combat, is with a poleaxe, just charge in. That is the way to go. Shakespeare Buddy says, does praising Pebbles help increase her courage? Not that I know of, but if you do the perk that gives her more courage for if you, I gotta make sure this isn't the gob.
To hell with you.
Well, that was an embarrassingly bad shot. Like I said, there's a perk where if you kill enemies from mounted on horseback, they get more courage. That one works. I don't think it's permanent, though.
Take that! I've been waiting for...
I don't even know who you are. All these people in their level 2 and level 1 gear. It's embarrassing. Not for me, for them. G59 Pluto wants gunslinger gameplay on the live. 4 loaded hook guns with the scatter. I mean, once we get 4 guns, I could give that a try. This ain't Johnny the Gob. I hope that wasn't him, at least.
I'll kill you! Attack! Everyone, get over here!
He might kill me. That's Johnny the Gob.
Attack! Come on!
You sent me.
What? Why should I believe you?
Because I could easily kill you?
Just surrender, and I'll spare you.
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp fucker.
I told him to surrender. Why didn't he surrender? Oops. I told him to. That's not on me. That's on him. We'll get the level 3 stuff that he's got, though. Alright, let's see what this guy is. That piercing bolt that I shot into him. I was gonna say, there's still a guy sleeping here. Well, Redneck Zeus, I'm out of troubleshooting options. Like I said, if you... there's always the option of contacting their support, if you can find out how to do that, to be specific with it. But like I said, I would just make sure that after you crash, you submit the crash notes. It's already possible. If you're having a problem with it, and you've tried the cleaning thing and that didn't work, there's probably other people also having problems with it. And so it's probably already on their list of things to get fixed. I know that doesn't help you and your, corrupted save right now, but if you haven't started a hardcore save yet, it could be a good opportunity for you to do that. Alrighty. Yeah, it sucks that I tried not to kill him. You guys all saw it. I did not go in there as an executioner. I tried giving him the way out. Alright, we got to get back up to Samin now. It's probably fastest if we just keep going this way and go up and around.
Oh, so hungry I could eat a horse.
Alright, Pebbles, you heard him. Alright, we'll eat the dried hare meat first, but then we'll eat some dried wolf meat. Like I said, if I was Zeus, what I would do is I would just not play on that save and then start a hardcore save and play on that one for now and just keep that save until maybe they patch it. I know it's unfortunate, but it's probably the best bet you've got. So that way that save will be good later, and for now you can just enjoy a hardcore playthrough. Or if you have an earlier save that you can reload to, try that. Maybe one before you had the mods installed. Music for Life says, yeah, Zeus, it's assigned to go hardcore. Henry's tired because he just had to eat a bunch of wolf jerky. Am I still going around the lake?
Quick. Quick.
UV said, I only found the ash longbow in the archery shop in Kuttenberg, and it's level 2. Never seen level 3. I've definitely looted level 3 ash longbows. They exist. As far as I know, there isn't a shop place where you can buy one, but they definitely exist out in the world.
Quick.
I was going to stop here at the inn and sleep here, but I want to finish the quest, because if we still have the last bandit mission to do, I'd like to be able to get to that.
I could lay down for a bit.
Yeah, Henry, I know you're tired, but we're not stopping yet. QZUI says, do you know if in KCD1 you escape scouts and get bad rep everywhere, and once you get back to the story, will the rep reset to default? You mean if you escape scouts during the tutorial, like if you glitch yourself out of the wall? Christ, or do you mean like if after you escape it according to the story? Because I imagine if you do it according to the story and you get bad reputation, it will just be bad reputation until you've improved it. You can always improve it, though. What are the potions that allow me to skip sleeping? I know it's like... It's the Henry variant of a potion, right? I remember doing it in a previous playthrough. I just don't remember which one it is offhand. Yeah, I imagine if you do it via a glitch, it would still count the story progression without it, because there are hard story moments programmed into the game, and the awakening point is one of them. Cockerel? Okay. I'll have to brew up some cockerel then. Because with the somnambulant, sleeping is annoying.
Quick.
I probably have some in my inventory, but not like in my inventory with me right now, but my my storage chest. But let's go finish this mission first. Gills is just rolling out of bed now.
What happened? I took out the gob's band.
Yeah, the glasses is just because we're in here and it's
What
dark.
about the,
Well, we're gonna try lying.
I did what you asked.
Aye.
I know the alcohol does, but I don't want to get alcoholic. It's too difficult.
That you're an old git.
That's just like him. Thanks, Henry.
Surprised?
Aye. That you actually listened to me. It's hard to surprise an old gun. And you took his shit.
I've got it.
Aye.
If it's all...
It's yours, Henry.
Thanks.
I saved the worst. Take care.
Alright. So we're gonna go discover which level of cockerel will be necessary. The Wild Dante Dinosaur says I can never get mine up in Reborch. I know that I always have a low reputation in Reborch, even though I've never done anything bad there.
Go!
Quick.
Well, if cockerel helps me with that, like I said, I'll just have to do a brewing run where I do a bunch of Henry's cockerel, and then just keep that in one of my quick slots. You know? Because if that'll do it, what else does a cockerel potion do? Because it doesn't ring a bell, at least at the moment, for one that I've used a bunch.
I could lay down for a bit.
Is that Jellyov? I should just go past that to go to the Wagoner's Inn. It's probably the closest point. I don't want to go all the way to Tachov.
Go.
Well, yeah, now that you mention it, if we can just brew a bunch of cockerel and keep that on us instead of somnambulating everywhere, yeah, we don't get the free save, but obviously we have lots of Savior Schnapps, and we found out the fastest, easiest, and most efficient way to brew Savior Schnapps, so basically we might just not sleep anymore in this playthrough.
Go.
No, Reborch isn't full of bandits. It's the one where Godwin's, like, storyline takes place. His thing. I don't want to spoil it.
Whoa.
Come on, horse. If you're gonna... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's annoying, Pebbles. I've killed horses in playthroughs for being that annoying. My saddle is still stolen.
How can I? Certainly.
I need...
X.
I'll...
Use.
There. All cleaned and bandaged up, friend.
There we go.
Next time
I apologize.
Alright, let me through. Let's go check, because I know I have some cockerel potions in there, and I can just see what the things are, at what level they start allowing me, giving me enough energy where I don't need to sleep. Alright, let's see what we've got first of all. Well, we'll check and see if I have a weak cockerel. We have weak cockerel, so let's see what that does. Increases energy by 10, so that one's just 10 energy. That's all it does. Let's see if we have a regular cockerel. That one gives us 20 energy. Let's see if we have a strong cockerel. We do not have a strong cockerel. So, yeah, I guess we'll just have to brew up a bunch of Henry's level cockerel potions. I'll just take this one for now. Because where is our energy at? Oh, so using the bathhouse moved our energy back up to 100, so I guess that's useful. I guess we could just do that, too. You know, it's not sleeping. It's not using a cockerel potion. Cockerel we could do on the run, but if it's in a situation like that, all we have to do is ride to a bathhouse and do that, and then our rest, nourishment, energy, everything is set to 100, so that seems like maybe that's the way to go. Not to mention it washes our clothing. I'm gonna wash this stuff while I'm at it too. Huh. It was dirty before. I wonder if it got switched over, like, if it got cleaned when I got a bath. That's weird. In this region, there's actually 2 bathhouses. There's this one here, and then there's the one in Trotsky Castle. But, obviously, you don't get to that one until you unlock Trotsky Castle. But, still, it's an option. It's not a flawless option. Obviously, I still think I'm going to brew up some cockerel potions, so that way, if I'm on the run and I don't want to go back, you know, to do it each time, I can still effectively rest, or not rest, but get the energy up without resting. Alright. Put that back for now. Well, I probably didn't have to put the... the... Fox potion. Wow! Oh, I'm carrying 2 spades. See, it's a good thing we came in here and checked on this. I don't need any perfume on me. There, now we're at a more appropriate level. Could sell that bearded axe, or I could just go drop it on the ground. I don't feel like doing a run for 1 axe. I guess, what do we need for a cockerel potion? Crafting potions. I don't have it yet? Maybe I saved it. Let me check. So for a cockerel potion, I need Spiritus, Valerian, and Mint. So let's see if we've got any dried, because I know we can get mint at the place over there. So if we have dried valerian, or we've got some dried valerian. Now we'll just go pick some mint at the Alchemy place over in the place, and that should allow us to make some cockerel potions quick. We'll make some Henry's cockerel, and we'll keep them in our quick pouch.
Quick.
I recorded a short at the end of the story when I went back to Trotsky and used the full service at the bathhouse to see all the different things that the bath maid would say. But yeah, you can use it. I also talked to Captain Thomas at that point.
Quick.
Hurl said, "Is the gunpowder icon bugged?" Yes, it is bugged. That is what happens when you use a exploit way of making savior schnapps, where you just use eyebright and one other thing. Maybe chamomile? Marigold? I don't remember. But it's not the right recipe for savior schnapps. We did it in, I think it was the first stream for this series. It might have been the second, though. I don't remember. But it was early on. But doing that gets you Henry's quality savior schnapps really quickly and easily. But it also, unfortunately...
I'm sorry.
See if I can find... Yeah, I was going to say, I knew there was mint over here somewhere. It also, unfortunately, gives you a bugged gunpowder recipe in your menu. Eyebright and sage, that's what it was. Speaking of which, we could also do that. Here's some eyebright. I can show for all the people that didn't remember what it was. Or weren't here when I did it, I should say. Oh, of course. Threw our back out of place. Typical. Say once we get to Henry's quality cockerel, it should be what? 40 energy? That's true. Lousy Mary is apparently got a thing for Henry. So let's do this. First of all, I'll show you how to make the bugged savior schnapps. So we need eyebright and sage for that. And then you put water in there. And you put a sage and an eyebright in there. I don't think it matters which order you do it in. You don't boil it, you just pour it. And boom, Henry Savior Schnapps.
I was
So,
supposed to distill it.
that's the bugged one that, like I said, it works perfectly fine for getting you Henry Savior Schnapps really easily and quickly. It's a great way to level up. But the unfortunate thing is, it gives you that bugged gunpowder recipe in your menu if you do that. So what we really need is valerian and mint. Yeah, mint. And we need spirits. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's too much of a downside, QZY. I think it makes perfect sense. So we need 2 mint and we have to grind it. So we will in fact grind that. And we add that to the cauldron and boil for 1 turn. And then we just add the valerian and boil for 2 turns, then distill. So there, we've ground that up. Let's boil it for a turn. And then it's just valerian for 2 turns. And since it's just 1 valerian, I'll just grab it and I'll throw it in after the turn instead of raising it up. There's valerian's in. Now we'll do 2 turns of the sandglass. And then we'll be distilling. Dare Spruce just said, "What? That's awesome." Yeah, I know, right? We figured that out. Somebody in the chat told us about it in either the first or second stream. And we were like, well, that's pretty cool. G59 Pluto says, "I feel like I'm watching Henry become a warlock or something." We definitely spend a lot of time on alchemy. Said Luke's chat is always thirsty. Thirsty how? And now we finally distill. I'm a little bit thirsty right now, but it's just because I had a bubbler at the beginning of the stream, and I've gone through my big water bottle already, so getting parched. There we go, we got some Henry's cockerel. We'll do a couple more of those while we're at it. Because that was also pretty quick and easy to do. Andre Lewis said, "Wait, so just throw 1 sage and 1 eyebright." Yeah, you take water, 1 sage, 1 eyebright, and you don't boil it, you just bottle it, and it's like a... I assume it's either not supposed to be in the game or it was left in as like an Easter egg or whatever. It's probably there for testing initially, but yeah, you get Henry quality Savior Schnapps, even if you don't have Secret of Secrets unlocked yet. So, yeah, like I said, somebody in the chat told us about it. Apparently Helical figured it out during a stream or something. So there, we boil that for 1 turn. And then again, we'll just take the valerian. Yeah, I feel like this one's pretty quick and easy to do. I probably should have turned the thing, but that's about 10 seconds. Now I'll turn the thing. Shouldn't take too long to get a nice big stack of Henry's cockerel this way. Foggin McCarrion says, "I came back for the last bit of the stream." Everyone liked the stream. Yes, everybody liked the stream. Said, "Let's play a bit of dice in the next stream." Yeah, we haven't done any dice yet in this playthrough. I feel like we've built up a good amount of dice in our inventory. We just haven't played any yet. We didn't get the cheaty ones, the St. Antiochus's dice yet, but we've gotten some other ones that I feel like would probably be fine. Oh, there. I getcha. I get what kind of thirsty you mean. I have a beard. They're not here being thirsty for my beard. What the hell? I feel like I'm just being taken for granted. This definitely seems like a 6 Antiochus's playthrough. Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite way to play dice. Alright, this time I'll flip the glass, so I don't accidentally forget to do that. I feel like he's got lots of people that watch his streams, though, so it makes sense that they're going to get thirsty. You know. I like using the German as bait to get goat skin. That's the way I've done it in every playthrough, because I did it the first time and I just liked how that went. In most of my playthroughs, I get all the dice, but the dice are way more common in this game than they were in the first game. It seems really easy to get a full stack of every single type of dice.
I was supposed to distill it, wasn't I?
Didn't I distill it? I thought I did. I must have hit the wrong thing, that's funny. But that's okay. I've seen Farkle at the store, like, last time I was in a Walmart, I saw it by all the rest of the board games, so... Clearly, people still play it in real life. So this is probably the last one I'm going to make. Does the Voivode's amulet still make you bald? I have no idea. I didn't know that it did. Apparently QZY was in Helical's stream for the glitched schnapps, and someone else told him, then I told you. Oh, is that what it was? I was gonna say, I remember you telling me about it from Helical's stream, but so he didn't figure it out. Somebody told him. Well, look at that. Circle of knowledge. In the first game, I typically liked the lucky playing die, the ones that were like brown with the black dots on them. Those were my favorite ones to use in the first game. Alright. Okay, so apparently if you pair the Voivode's amulet with certain hoods, it'll make you bald. Well, now that you can be bald, you don't need to resort to that. Yuvi said the dice player in the first inn you go to with Hans has one and it cycles each day. Should I go check and see if I could steal it from him? I'll save while I'm here. How many of those did I end up making? I made 16 of them, and they increases your energy by 30 and energy decreases 50% slower for a day. Okay, so that seems fairly straightforward. So we don't need to sleep anymore.
It was a means even before.
Alright, we'll see if we can steal his dice from him. Well, he didn't have the dice on him, but he had a bunch of badges, and we stole 2 silver badges off of him. Aha, there it is. So we'll see if I can get the other dice off him too. That was close, but we maxed out thievery. So was that a Saint Antiochus's die? Look at that, it was. So we managed to get 4 badges, a strip die, and a Saint Antiochus's die, and some Groshen from him. And we maxed out another skill. So we have now maxed out... Well, stealth we're getting close too. But we've maxed out alchemy, craftsmanship, and survival already for skills. And we're getting close on thievery. Thievery's at 29 already. Combat, we have not maxed out anything in yet. Stats, we've got strength and vitality maxed out, and we're getting pretty high on agility. Speech is still pretty low. Yeah, we're doing pretty good so far. Alrighty. So, I think I'm going to call it quits. Said Shakespeare's buddy says there's another St. Antiochus' die in the beehives to the west of Miller K's house. Alright, we could maybe check that out before we leave. So, Miller Crazel down here. So where's the beehives? I'll just go there. Where's my horsey? We'll check that out beforehand, because if there is, we'll get another one. Yuvi said, good gods, you're OP. You'll run through Kuttenberg. Yeah, I mean, well, but, you know. Hey, look at that. We leveled up horsemanship. We'll be maxed out on that pretty quick. You said Luke Dale just went live with Tom at a convention. Weatherman, is that the first time you've chatted in this stream? Have you missed the entire stream? I feel so left out. Alright, well, we'll head over to the Miller's place. And, take it from there. It's dark. I probably should have waited. I'm curious enough to find another St. Antiochus' dice in this playthrough. Or in this stream, I should say, before. Because I was about to quit the stream, but... if we can grab another one, that'd be fun. Weatherman said, third chat. I've been here, LOL.
Quick!
Oh, I can't see anything. Ah, but I still think we made it.
Quick!
Well, we didn't make it to where we were aiming, but we made it to a place.
Whoa.
I think we're over by Nabokov. So, we will wait until morning now. Earning his lurker badge. You said the main trader wife has dice too, but is it a St. Antiochus' dice? So, let's take a cockerel potion. Our never need to sleep potion. So, we are by the Nabokov mill now. We're right here. So, we need to ride this way. So you're saying it's one of these POIs? Or is it this one here? Oh, the beehives. I see it now. Roger, roger.
Quick!
Oh, I think that's a cumin.
Oh.
Music for life. The Savior Schnapp potion is, water is the base, and then you need sage and eyebright. The German trader in Troskowitz. Okay, so we gotta go after the trader's wife, too. Alright, alright. We can get 3 of them right away. I know that the dice player, at least he used to, as most inventories will, it used to refill.
Quick!
Ooh. That looked like something cool. I saw a colorful shield. That guy has armor that looks potentially cool. You'd think that would have killed him. How's he not dead yet? That's crazy. There we go. We got that guy. Wenzel Torwart? Who's the guy I just shot? Oh, they weren't even bandits.
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp.
Vagan Macarian says, any idea when the next stream is? I think I'm busy on Monday, so probably Tuesday. I'll probably be uploading a video on Sunday. that one I was talking about earlier, the armor guide that I made. It's a cool armor guide. I made 3 pretty sweet suits in it. Alright, let's transfer some stuff over so we're not too over-encumbered. Aw, man! Practically none of the stuff I grabbed is level 3. That sucks. Those were dice players? Did any of them have dice? None of them had dice. They can't be very good dice players then. Can I not steal anything? Bandages, but I don't really need any bandages. Well, that's lame. Those are the lamest dice players in the world. JH is going to the Dominican to sit on a beach until the 1st. Well, that sounds fun. Congratulations. I'm probably not going to go to Troskovitz in this stream, but I will remember to go get that die. For now, I'm just going to go see this one that's apparently at the beehives. Is it in one of the beehives, or where is it? Okay, yeah, so I just need to go past it.
Whoa.
Yeah, that seems about right. Andre Louis says, is the Brunswick armor better than the Gules Milanese one? Just marginally. The chest plate is slightly better than the red Milanese one you can get from Gules. It's like by a couple points. So in the 3rd hive, you say? Alright. I've not been over here in this playthrough yet. There they are. Alright, let's check these beehives. 10 honey. Some honey. That wine. Got 78 groschen, a St. Antiochus' die, and a bone rosary. And some honey. Oh, and another one. Some more honey. Very nice. Alright, so now we've gotten 2 of our 6 necessary St. Antiochus' die, and I've been told that the wife of the German trader in Troskovitz also has one, so I'll have to get that one too. But that is where I'm going to leave it off for today. We are at 5 hours and 17 minutes of streaming. So, I feel like we got a decent chunk done today. We didn't get all of the bandit stuff done, but we got most of it done. We have 1 left. We got all of the poaching stuff done. We got Mutt. We did the whole Tachov and Jelyov quest line, so we've actually been fairly productive in this one. So, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for chatting. Huge thanks to Shakespeare Buddy for gifting all those memberships. It's awesome. We've got 6 members in the chat, or at least we had 6 members in the chat at one point. Hope everyone has fun. Have a great weekend. Like I said, JH said there's also one in a jug in a creek as a stash. Well, we're going to need to get more specific to find that one, so maybe we'll try to get that one in the next stream. Have you used the Morgenstern? Not in real life. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Like I said, I'll see you all next week. I should be streaming on Tuesday. Probably sometime. I'll be starting sometime between 9 and 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, you know, where I live. So, possibly closer to 11 that day. But anyway, hope you all enjoyed it. Yeah.